What is up, folks? Greetings and happy Saturday. I hope you guys are ready for some steaming hot Games Bond action. I know I sure am. Space Hopper Copter, Stuck Thread, Goaty _ lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else. Welcome, and I hope you're all doing wonderfully this sunny, snowy Saturday afternoon. Yo, what's up, Track Zero? Stuck Thread, thank you very much. I am indeed having a pretty good Saturday so far. We'll see how it keeps up as we get deeper into the stealth affair. But I've been having a good time with the game. It is exceedingly French in several ways. It is a game of highly questionable adventure game design, one might argue, but it's been interesting. I like the art and presentation an awful lot. The music's great. It's got some cool set pieces and everything. Like, it's got cool stuff going for it, for sure. And honestly, I've been surprised. I think I had like a very gentle nudge from someone in chat to basically confirm that I hadn't missed anything. Like, I wasn't soft locked, basically. But other than that, you know, and that maybe there was something like that earlier in the, you know, before I took the break. I can't recall, but for the most part, I've been making progress without a lot of hints or help or anything like that, which is not something I would have taken for granted. Like, the thing with a point and click adventure game, as far as doing it on stream like this, it's pretty low pressure, all things considered, when it comes to like wanting to complete the game and play all of it and see all of it and show all of it on stream. You know, you're not generally going to be sort of locked by you know, skill checks essentially, right? Although of course in the finest of adventure games there will be you know, dubious action sequences which could sort of block you, but you know, by and large, there's going to be games coming up pretty soon, I imagine, you know, of more of an action variety that's going to be more frustrating to kind of get stuck on if I wanted to play through the whole thing. And with a point-and-click adventure game, like, at the end of the day, if you get stuck, you can always ask for help, you can look up a walkthrough and whatever. So that's, like, kind of relaxing, even though I am always feeling a little bit self-conscious about my puzzle-solving ability and playing that kind of stuff on stream. But I would say, especially given Operation Stealth's kind of reputation, that it's been less of an arduous experience than I had maybe expected. Like, I've been baffled by the game on a few occasions, not just in the sense of not having any idea what to do, but perhaps more so in you know, when I actually make progress, being a little bit baffled at how or why that progress happened. But it hasn't been a terribly frustrating experience, all things considered. You know, we had a little bit of warm-up, one might argue, with the text adventures that we played. And I think those were, like, honestly, even those weren't too bad. I think, like, A View to a Kill had some real strange... I mean, they were all pretty questionable in design as well. There really has not been a actual good James Bond adventure game, I think, so far. Like, they've all been cool in terms of having moments that are kind of neat, but I think they've all had in common that they mostly consist of these sort of cool moments, and the connective tissue that sort of string them all together is very, very flimsy, and it's very, like, I mean, A View to a Kill was extremely like that, because I recall, like, part of the game, you go to Zoran's estate, you go to that you know, horse auction party or whatever, and you do a bunch of stuff there, and then kind of when you're done, you're just supposed to get your car and drive to the airport and just like go to San Francisco and advance the plot. But there's like no feedback whatsoever on whether you are done or not. Like, there's nothing in the game that sort of tells you, or that prompts you, that pushes you to like, now I have this thing, now I'd better go do that other thing. You're just kind of supposed to know that you're done and decide to move on, because the game is not gonna kind of push you along itself. It's kind of strange. And I feel like Operation Stealth, as it's sort of turning out so far, I don't know how far into the game I am. I feel like I'm like somewhat far into it, but so far, like, there has not been very many locations. Like, you spend a lot of time being kind of stuck figuring out either what to do or how to convince the game's sort of weird interface of what it is you're trying to do. And like, there's not a lot of flavored text. There's just like, you can kind of feel like they built the game around these like moments that they want to have happen. They come up with some contrivance to have you, you know, in that situation and make those things happen. But once you trigger something and like the plot kind of needs to move along, there's really nothing other than like, well, you walk over here and then this thing happens and then it continues. It's one of those things where it's not necessarily so easy to play a very good, well-structured adventure game and tangibly feel and notice and be able to point out like what are the things that the game is doing to kind of you know, prod you along on the path of, you know, exploration and storytelling. But when that stuff is not done very well, it stands out a lot more. And even then, it's not the easiest thing to put your finger on, like what needs to change or how could it improve. But I think it's I think one kind of common thread in all these games, and for me, I guess, you know, the gold standard of this sort of thing would be something like The Secret of Monkey Island, or I don't know, some of these like high-profile LucasArts games, which, you know, they can be tricky. You can sort of get stuck, but those games are structured in such a way that they're very consciously built around like having you have multiple sort of objectives to pick at the same time. They're kind of structured around like providing a lot of narrative and sort of feedback and support from the game world, from the main character, from the other characters, etc., as to like what you're supposed to do and what might be a good way of going about it, etc. There's a clear kind of large scale objective, and you usually have pretty clear smaller scale, sort of shorter term objectives. And in kind of worse adventure games, it often comes down to like not putting yourself in the shoes of the character and figuring out how to solve a problem, but more so trying to put yourself in the shoes of the game designer and like, well, what is the solution that they intended? What is it that the game is actually asking of me here? And it feels more like you're like reverse engineering puzzles than it is solving them. But also, I think the other thing with these games is that the experience of playing them, I said I've had a decently fun time. It hasn't been terribly frustrating, but there is a sort of sense of anxiety almost, where regardless of whether or not you're making progress, you kind of keep questioning whether you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, whether you are in fact you know, did I screw something up? And it's not purely like, ooh, I wonder if I got everything, or if I'm going to be soft locked 5 screens from now because I didn't pick up these 2 purple pixels that I couldn't identify what they were. But it's more that the game doesn't like give a very clear sense. I mean, the text adventures were terrible with this, because it's like, on the one hand, they're super strict with their kind of railroading, where it's like, yeah, you're infiltrating Goldfinger's bootleg car factory or whatever, and it's like, if you wait 1 or 2 turns too long in any one room, or if you enter the wrong door, you're instantly captured by guards. And it's like, or even you like literally bump into Goldfinger himself, and then it's like, in some cases it even plays out this elaborate scene of you being like tied up and whatever, and you can like have this dialogue scene with Goldfinger, and none of those scenes ever matter. Like, you're not supposed to get caught and then escape. Like, that's not part of the game. It's really weird, but like ultimately it feels those games in particular, but honestly I feel like Operation Stealth is kind of similar in some ways. Like, it doesn't have the frequent game overs, like instant lose states. It has them, but they're not like constant. They're relatively few and far between, and when they happen they make perfectly logical sense. You know, it's not running out of air when you're underwater and drowning. It's not like a cheap shot from the game, you know. That's fair. You sticking around after your contact's been gunned down, you know, and you're arrested as a suspect for murder, that's reasonable. That's not crazy. But what it does have in common is that, like, there is the very direct line from event scene to event scene, and trying to do anything beyond the specific thing that the game intends for you to do to push the plot further basically results in nothing. In the text adventures, it tended to result in a game over. But it depended a little bit on location. Sometimes you could just wander about forever and nothing really happened. Other times you just game overed very quickly. And in Operation Stealth, it's kind of similar. There's nothing like, again, it doesn't have that thing of, well, here are these different kind of things I'm working at. There's always only the one thing you can do. Like, you really can't do more than the exact thing the game wants from you. And I think that's kind of, yeah, just not great design in general, like for a number of reasons. The kind of mental gymnastics you have to go through to balance and juggle, you know, various tasks is something that I think can be sort of intellectually stimulating. It's fun, in other words. But I think there's also that thing where if the game only has one, like if the game has 3 different things for you to do at once, quest lines or whatever you want to call them, I think each of them can be simpler in a way, like easier in terms of figuring out, like, or being less cryptic, you know. Because not only do you have to keep track of 3 of them at once, they're also either going to intersect or just like give the impression of maybe intersecting. Like, you don't know necessarily if something, you know, as a simple example, if you have objects, items in your inventory connected to quest line A, when you're doing something for quest line B, you don't know necessarily that the item is intended for A, so you might try to use that item for something that happens in B. So you're just going to end up having more options, more variables. And obviously it's never, at least generally never, sort of written in plain text saying that you have these multiple quest lines. In modern games, like the most recent Monkey Island, you definitely have exactly that. But even then, even when your objectives are very clearly, you know, outlined as different quest lines or objectives, the items you have, for example, or like which character can help you with what, like those things are never going to be completely obvious. They're, or at least not self-evident. It can be a little obfuscated. And it's, I think I get the impression sometimes that when you don't have multiple things going on at once, I can't know that it was designed that way or from that perspective, but it's not difficult to get the feeling that it's like to sort of compensate for that lack of complexity that happens organically when you have multiple things going on. There's kind of an artificial, perhaps, ratcheting of the kind of difficulty. I remember feeling that way about Curse of Monkey Island, the third Monkey Island game, where they simplified the interface. They didn't have the full verb list, and my impression playing it, not at the time exactly, but sometime later, was that it felt, my feeling was that the puzzles were harder than in the earlier Monkey Island games, and that it was like partially because the interface is like easier. I don't know if that makes sense, but I remember feeling that way. Yeah, Operation Stealth actually originally came out in 1989. The Bond version came out in 90 in North America, but the original European release was 1989, which is predates Monkey Island, which came out in 1990. But even then, of course, I think Monkey Island, in a lot of ways, kind of perfected. You can really see a pretty clear evolution. And they weren't all designed by the exact same people, but if you look at the lineage from, I mean, Labyrinth is kind of its own thing. It's quite different in a lot of ways. But just looking at Maniac Mansion to Zak McKracken to Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, Loom is also basically its own sort of thing. But even then, like, there's a lot of, I think, design sort of ethos of Loom that informs what Monkey Island then did. But even even Maniac Mansion, obviously it's got like the deaths and it's got like some cryptic stuff you can soft lock. Like, it's got a lot of design issues that were kind of ironed out in later games. But even then, like, that game is still, and the interface, the Scum, the revamped Scum interface for, I guess, Monkey Island? I can't remember. I think even the first 16 color version of Monkey Island, I think, had already gotten rid of the need to like click multiple times to reveal like the text thing. But whatever. Even with the clunkiness of that, like, they were still the design of the games, or Monkey Island at least. Indiana Jones arguably was a little bit more towards the kind of one objective at a time kind of design, but I still think it's a much better game than Operation Stealth. And that was 89 too, I suppose, coinciding with the movie. Sierra games, I think, were, like, interestingly, I don't think they were that kind of, I mean, it's been a long time since I played any of them, really. But they definitely felt a lot more open-ended. Like, a lot of them, you can kind of travel very freely to all the different locations. And if anything, I remember feeling that a lot of the Sierra games, they kind of leave you to your own devices in a way. Like, they're kind of open-ended and not very guided. You kind of have to maybe stumble upon a bit of plot to get some kind of a lead on where you might want to go. Like, I think the Space Quest games were probably among the better at that, at like actually leading you along. But I remember, like, the King's Quest games, I feel like, were very weirdly open-ended, and you can kind of stumble upon a little bit of anything. Quest for Glory, I feel, was very much like that, but it felt a little more intentional. Like, I feel like the world of Quest for Glory, like the first one, or maybe the first two, or maybe the ones I'm the most familiar with, but I feel like the mechanics of the game justify the open design of the world, where, like, you have a lot of, like, you can play these different classes with different abilities. There's different, like, there's tons of optional stuff to do. Whereas King's Quest feels like there's a pretty specific list of things you need to do, but you have to sort of stumble upon them in a kind of haphazard way. Space Quest 4. Yeah, I don't know, like, Space Quest 4 is like a weirdly ubiquitous game, I feel like. I feel like it's I don't even really like it, but it's still like the Space Quest game I maybe play the most. It's strange how that works. I would definitely not mind revisiting, especially 2 and 3. Those were the Space Quest games I liked the best, I recall, especially 3. But 3 is also in that brief late 80s Sierra period where they the SCI engine is what it was called, right? With the really beautiful, like, high resolution 16 color graphics. I never liked the look of any of Sierra's VGA games. Like, some of them were less objectionable than others, but they always had this kind of muddy look to them that I don't know, I just never really liked it much. and they never really recovered. I mean, there are some later Sierra games that are fine, but I'll always have more of a soft spot for a lot of the earlier stuff. Yeah, Quest for Glory. I actually played the Mac version, was my introduction to that series, and that was based on the VGA version. So I didn't have any frame of reference, and I think like for that, it's still it's such a different kind of thing. I think for now, like if I were to go back and play those games, it's entirely possible that I would prefer the EGA version, both aesthetically and as a game. But I didn't mind it. I mean, I didn't mind the, you know, the Police Quest or Space Quest or Leisure Suit Larry remakes either, exactly. And I mean, I don't think... I guess it's also like the AGI, like the older Sierra stuff didn't... I mean, it was cool for its time, sure, but they aren't necessarily the most amazing looking ones. It's really like the SCI games that look great. I mean, the, like, what's it called? The Colonel's Bequest? Is that the one? The Laura Bow adventure or whatever? Which I've never played, but seems like an amazingly interesting game. Arguably the pinnacle of Sierra's adventure games. Like, that looks phenomenal. Conquest of Camelot, I think, is maybe the other, like, really amazing looking game. But Space Quest 3 isn't, like, super far behind. Quest for Glory 2, pretty cool, too. Actually, even the original Quest for Glory was an SCI game, right? It wasn't, yeah, must have been. So I think, to me, it's more that, like, the VGA games were such a step down aesthetically from what came before them, like, immediately before them, that I'm just never gonna like them too much, I guess. But I digress. I will say that, like, Sierra always had the production values. They always had, like, they were kind of pushing the envelope graphically and technologically and everything. And I definitely enjoyed those games as a kid. But they were a little bit of a chore to play. But it's... And of course they were influential. But I think, like, the thing is with point-and-click adventure games, I like them. I like that genre. I was sort of raised on it in a sense. But I almost only played Sierra and LucasArts games as a kid. You know, I dabbled in something other here and there. I remember playing Heart of China and getting about 3 screens into it before giving up. I've played, you know, we played the ICOM Mac Ventures as a kid even before then. Or I at least watched my older siblings play because they were a bit too scary for me. And I didn't really speak English at the time either, so... But there's a lot of other adventure games out there, and a lot of them do not really follow the, you know, I feel nowadays, or I don't know, nowadays is maybe not the right word either, but at a certain point, I feel like more, like maybe, you know, when sort of indie point and click started becoming a thing, because, you know, obviously into the 90s, the few people who were making adventure games were kind of experimenting with 3D and things were changing a little bit. But once the sort of second generation of indie point-and-click adventure games and stuff started happening, I don't want to say that it was less experimental, but it was maybe a little... I don't know. There had been more kind of examples to look at in terms of how to design a game in a good way. There were simply clearer or better templates to follow. So you don't necessarily have, or that's my impression anyway. I mean, I don't play a ton of modern point-and-click games, but I feel like back in the 80s and 90s, you had certain companies that kind of had their own flavor to what they were doing, whether it's the interface or the writing or the art style or what have you. And some of them just felt like they were doing their best to ape some of the more popular and successful ones. Some of them were just really doing their own thing. But it wasn't... Like, there's a reason that the Sierra and Lucas games kind of stand out head and shoulders above all others. Because I feel like they were the most polished in a lot of ways. And yeah, I think Delphine has... I mean, and this goes far beyond their point-and-click adventures. It's the same thing with, I don't know, Flashback and Shaq Fu. I mean, I think Flashback's a good game, but their art was always like at the forefront, and the art is always the kind of thing that you can't really criticize too much, but everything else can be a little bit all over the place. And yeah, Future Wars looks fascinating. I probably want to play it at some point. I mean, I definitely do want to play it. Probably will play it, I guess is what I mean. But I've heard that that's even kind of crazier, or like, I'm not talking about the presentation or spectacle or coolness factor, but just like in terms of the design, that it's maybe a worse game than Operation Stealth. But I don't know. I mean, that could be just my misconception. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I mean, Drexler, too. Like, I don't mean to undersell the amount of innovation or creativity. I'm sure there's a lot more of it nowadays in certain ways, just on account of the development and publishing of adventure games being so much more kind of democratized. But at the same time, I think the stuff that comes out that is a lot more idiosyncratic feels like it is so more by design than like people not having perhaps figured out how to design these games very well. I feel like that's, I guess, the distinction. But there's, yeah, for sure, like it's thriving like never before. Like, I still buy a fair amount of point and click adventures on Steam, and I have a lot more of them in my wish list, thinking that I'll get to them. And I don't know that I've finished one, but there's been quite a few ones that I've kind of dabbled in off stream, just poking around at here and there. Some cool ones for sure, but I guess rarely have the patience to actually finish them. But there's a lot of cool ones for sure. They come in all shapes and sizes and different forms for sure. We've played some demos on stream even, and I've done more off stream of certain ones that kind of look cool. And I mean, hey, part of me also would like to make a game like that, because like, I don't have a design or a concept or an idea, but just like knowing that there are tools like AGS that are like really, like, the barrier to making something at least basic in that space seems very, very, very low. And that's incredibly tempting to me. And it's also, you know, I have a soft spot for that genre. I grew up with it and everything. But as with anything, I think once I would have an idea for something I wanted to do, it would very quickly just balloon into something huge, especially, of course, because I would have ambitions with art and everything. And, you know, the art undoubtedly is like the biggest hurdle for making something like that. And just trying to figure out a way of doing it that doesn't require insane investments of time and effort into making art would be the tricky part. But it'd be fun. Like, I would probably, like, I guess if I were to make like a point and click adventure, I think what I would want to do is probably not focus so much on being innovative mechanically. I'd probably want to stick to something simple, just for the benefit of first of all, not having to come up with a bunch of like programming and scripting to make unique features work, but also like I think for me it's more about the thrill of like actually making something than specific ambitions in that space. Yeah, for sure. Like Japanese adventure games are really cool. And I think it's funny because, you know, I was sitting here ragging on these Bond adventures and their flimsy construction of kind of clumsily dragging you from one event scene to another. And that's very much what Japanese adventure games are. But I think they are, the structure of them lends itself much better to it. But even then, like, you know, the Cobra game, or both of them in fact, are great. Snatcher is awesome. Like, you know, the Phoenix Wright games are basically that style of adventure game, and they're all great. But we played on stream. I don't think I finished it on stream. I think I played it mostly off stream, but I played a bit on stream of the remake. Well, there were two of them, but I only played the first one. the remakes of the Famicom Detective Club games that came out on Switch the other year, and I was so frustrated with them. The art and presentation was phenomenal. I love the way they looked. They were cool, great music, but they were so tedious to play because they never felt like you were doing adventure or detective work. It was always like an incredibly tedious struggle to find the invisible progression triggers. And finding the progression triggers is what those games are, but some games, you know, through the writing, through whatever hints you get, through the design of the world, through the amount of options you get, some games are much better at, again, gently guiding you along the intended path, whereas Famicom Detective Club was extremely, like, you just have to pick every option in a menu in every screen, and when you've done everything and nothing happens, well, then you pick everything one more time, and then, like, when you've just done everything, there's like a completely unrelated thing happens. Like, you know, you inspect everything in a room, and then the doorbell rings and someone shows up and the plot continues. Like, it was very much like that, and it was kind of annoying. Don't like the Japanese style adventure game on pointless wandering around looking for what you're supposed to do. I mean, I think it ultimately, I mean, I think that's perfectly a valid opinion. No one is obliged to like one thing or the other, but I think it's like, I know what you're saying, and I kind of feel similarly, except I think it applies to either type of game. Yeah, I got what you meant. Yeah, it's true that a lot of the times the triggers can appear fairly arbitrary in a way that is usually not true of Western adventure games. But I still think it's a matter of the game kind of guiding you and pointing you in the right direction. Because as mentioned, you know, there's certainly Western adventure games that are very poor at doing that as well. And that can be annoying. Like, that leads to that feeling of anxiety that I was talking about before. Like, not having a sense of confidence that you're actually doing what you're meant to be doing. Like, not having a clear objective to work towards. Not having a clear indication of whether you are making progress towards that objective. I think those things are the most troublesome. And it's true that in Japanese adventure games, often you maybe don't really have that because you are a little bit less in control in some ways. And it can definitely lend itself to that feel of just, oh, okay, you're sort of along for the ride more so than making stuff happen. And yeah, I think it's totally fair that, like, puzzle solving is kind of tangential at best in some of those games. It's just kind of a different emphasis. And speaking of that contrast, actually, like, I think one sort of idea that I've had, it's not so much an idea of something I want to do necessarily. It's not a plan. It's more so a thought experiment. And that is, like, I wonder what a game like Snatcher would look like if you wanted to do a kind of LucasArts style reimagining of that game. Like, what if you took the plot, what if you took the locations, the characters, to whatever extent possible, the script, and you just built it in a different perspective with a different mechanic, like, you know, inputs and, you know, interface. You'd be able to create different visual representations of some of the locations and everything. Like, as an artist, I think that would be a fun kind of fan creation sort of thing to do. Obviously, it would be a pretty substantial undertaking. But I think it would be that would be something that I think would be fun. Like, I've never thought about it seriously, but just in terms of very like isolated small pieces of, like, what certain dialogue scenes might look like, or, you know, certain locations, and maybe some very slight thought towards like how would you structure certain perhaps inventory or dialogue sort of puzzles, because you would definitely have to fill in some blanks just to make it function. Like you couldn't really take everything and just slot it in there. But yeah, like I said, as a thought experiment, it would be very interesting to see like what you could make. So that's something, like, speaking strictly hypothetically, I would be interested in like I'd be interested in seeing it, and if no one else would make it, then I guess I'd be interested in making it. Like some of the art sure would be fun and interesting, like but that's not to say that if I wanted to make a point and click adventure thing, that's where I would start. You know, you wouldn't have to make the entire game. You could make a little demo, just as a proof of concept or just as an idea thing, you know. And of course, obviously, anything like fan game sort of stuff is a little, depending on what your objective is with it, it you know, it comes with its own kind of pitfalls. You couldn't sell it, of course, obviously, but even so, like, even beyond that, you never know. Some people are quite litigious, and you might get in trouble regardless. But that would be kind of interesting. I mean, you could apply the same idea to other things. You could, you know, not that I would be, I think, as interested in doing it, but again, as a pure thought experiment, it would be funny to imagine what's a Japanese adventure, like menu-driven thing, like version of Monkey Island. Like, what does that look like? That's a fun thought. But the other thing about it is, I think what I would be interested in would be like, you know, art, of course. The actual work I would be interested in doing. But also writing to a degree. Like, I would like to sort of try my hand at writing dialogue, but I don't know, like, I would feel, of all the things that I'm interested in creating in terms of games and that kind of thing, very little of it has emphasis on storytelling and narrative. Same thing, like, filmmaking is an area that I've been interested in since I was a child, but I'm not, like, I'm interested in an academic sense of the kind of craft of script writing, but I think in terms of what I would want to, like, the craft I'm more interested in doing would be perhaps editing, more so than writing. So on that note, I feel like creating some kind of point and click adventure thing, coming up with my own world and my own characters and like telling that story, like, that feels like more of a hurdle than an inspiration for me. Like, I feel like it's kind of similar to using something like RPG Maker to, like, again, as a simple tool to make something. I'm not into RPGs, but like RPG Maker and that kind of thing, again, not too dissimilar from Japanese adventure game things either. You know, you just sort of have a little tile map navigation in between dialogue scenes, or hell, even like a RNP visual novel type stuff, like just something to do dialogue and have character portraits, whatever. Like, I feel like there's something compelling about having a kind of loose framework, or not a loose framework, but a simple framework, I guess, for providing artwork of characters or locations or scenes, a little bit of dialogue or text. But as far as like building that really compelling world and narrative and connective tissue, that seems like a daunting task, but also one that I'm in some ways less not less interested in, but far less confident that I could do, and also not necessarily the muscles I'm the most excited to train, you know, creatively. But so I think, you know, the Snatcher example is a good one as far as like, if I were to do something like that, then I could focus a lot on understanding the engine. Like I could actually focus also on the design, like the game design aspect of translating something, having a very clear idea what something should be, but having to do the work of actually translating it to a different set of mechanics. That intrigues me. But also, like, I don't have to come up with characters. I may have to come up with a bit of dialogue, but there's a lot to lean on. I don't have to come up with a universe. You know, there's just a lot of support of stuff there. But even, you know, if I were to make, let's say, a James Bond game or something, like, I think I would rather create something that's based on an existing property. You know, of course, it's easier to connect with an audience. It's easier to reach people if you base something on something they know. But also, just like creatively, you get a lot of shortcuts for like not having to build those things. I mean, it's similar to why I'm a fan of licensed games in general. It's always cool to see how they interpret the source material, and having established characters and everything to work from. Like, it is, even as a player, consumer, you know, you have that instant connection with what it is, and you need less time and kind of runway to establish a connection with the material and that kind of thing. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, text adventures, of course, are the absolute simplest thing you can do, and I actually did very briefly attempt to do that in QBasic as a child. Didn't really go anywhere. But yeah, I'm sure there's good tools for it, and of course, like I said, art is like the biggest hurdle in terms of production time and effort. But also, unfortunately, I am an artist, so that's kind of the thing I want to spend time on. So I would likely, regardless of what I, you know, were to set out to do, inevitably, you know, hinder myself by setting, you know, consciously or not, mostly unconsciously, subconsciously perhaps, setting these fairly lofty ambitions. But yeah, like, even for this stuff, I have like a couple of game designs that I'm sort of mostly, you know, they're kind of percolating in my head. For some of them, I've done some amount of artwork. For one of them in particular, I am working on a game design doc.
The text adventure I made in QBasic starts with you having to pick a left or right path. If you pick left, a Balrog ambush you and punch you death. Hashtag game design.
Yes, I think that is, if you look up game design on a dictionary, I think that is the example they give, funnily enough. But yeah, like, the thing about doing stuff, like, you know, the stuff I was trying to do with, like, the QBasic adventure games, it was, you know, even, it was just, like, go-to commands, and maybe like a multiple choice thing. Like, I never understood, like, I never learned how to use like if commands properly. So there was always like, there was never like obviously a proper text parser of any kind, but it was like a kind of a multiple choice thing. But even then, like, routing didn't work, and there was definitely never like keeping track of states for like inventory or even puzzle progress. Like, it was basically like going from location to location to get a little text, you know, printed for you, and then inevitably after creating like 6 locations, wires started getting crossed and you couldn't really progress. It didn't work, and then just like, well, whatever, fuck it, forget it. That's kind of how it went. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, like, for these projects that I have you know, that exist in some capacity. There's of course a narrative, or at least an element of the fiction of the world and the characters. And for this kind of beat 'em up game I'm sort of designing, like there are story beats. I have like the outline of the story. I have an idea of the setting. I have a decent idea of like the personality of the characters, but all that is in service of, like, you know, if you think of an arcade game, how much of that stuff that comes through in the game itself. And you know, of course, to some degree, you put stuff in there in some descriptions or in some of your ideas that won't literally be represented on screen, but it's not like you know, it's not like I think of it as like what's going to show on screen. Let me limit myself to that. But more so, I'm not that interested in like characters' backstories. I'm not that interested in like writing lengthy dialogue scenes between the characters or whatever. I'm interested in the premise. I'm interested in like the interaction between characters in the context of what is happening in the game. You know, and there's some other game concepts too where I'm like, a lot of it hinges much more about on characters and how they look and how they express themselves and everything, how they work mechanically, than like actual narrative, actual plot and story. And for an arcade action game, I think that works fine. You don't need a lot of narrative. You don't need a lot of writing. At least you don't need a lot of, like, the final product is probably not going to have a ton of writing in it. But for an adventure game, it's a little different, right? If you have an adventure game without a lot of writing, you end up with Operation Stealth, where there's like no flavor text, and you have this weirdly sarcastic narrator that doesn't fit the tone of James Bond, and it's weird. But again, even if you do that kind of thing, being able to lean on an existing property, on an existing pre-established tone, that's a good support for writing, because you can kind of lean into references and not like explicitly making reference, but I mean like referencing how other things in this setting have been written and described and portrayed, etc. And being able, like, coming up with something completely of my own, I think would be not only very challenging, but also just not something I'm that interested in ultimately for that kind of thing. But yeah, like I said, you know, that Snatcher example I think is a fun thought experiment that I imagine enjoy. I mean, until I actually start doing it and you realize the amount of work. Right up until that point, I would like to do it. But otherwise, like, you know, whether it's a point-and-click adventure or an RPG Maker thing, or I don't even know, a visual novel, you know, I feel like making something in the world of, you know, something that I enjoy, something that I know, you know, like Cobra. We talked about that. The upcoming Cobra game, that's exciting. There are some really good Cobra games, but not a lot of them. I think Cobra would make for a great point-and-click adventure. That would be, like, I'd be much more inclined to try to put something together, like to make something out of that, than I were to make something wholly original. Like Mortal Kombat, that's another thing I really like. I don't know that point-and-click adventures would be the ideal genre for it. I'm sure people have made a lot of RPG Maker games of Mortal Kombat, but you know, something to explore the world and the characters with a simple mechanical framework that you don't have to put too much effort into learning technical stuff to make. You know, Johnny Cage focused Mortal Kombat point and click. Curtis Stryker consulting detective, maybe. You know, I think there's there's room for a lot of for a lot of creative ideas for sure. Matter putting in a simple combat system. I mean, that's the thing though, like I wouldn't be that's not what I would want. I mean, I've never played the only time I've played a point and click adventure game and wished that it had a good combat system is when I've played one that has a bad combat system. I'm not like, I don't come to those kinds of games for action anyway. And for me, the whole purpose of doing, like, if I were to come up with a Mortal Kombat adventure game, or, you know, I wouldn't, like, the point would be to make something that's different from the actual fighting games, I feel like. You know, obviously if you make an RPG Maker thing, you'd have a simple combat system, because that is the basic premise of what a game like that is. Although I'm sure you could make an RPG Maker game that doesn't have combat. But for a point and click adventure, like, shoehorning that into it is not appealing to me. It would be, I feel like it would be a much more interesting creative challenge to, like, how do I make something that feels like it fits into the world of Mortal Kombat, tonally, narratively, you know, without relying on combat. Like, what's the story you could tell, or perhaps a better way of putting it is, what's the premise for a game that's set in that world? You know, you have the Outer World Investigation Agency. They got to do some investigation. There's got to be some detective work. You can make it, you know, a detective adventure with that. And I mean, it's not that you couldn't have action. You could certainly have, like, you know, cutscenes or, like, stuff happen. You know, you could have Jax's metal arms as an inventory item that you use on shit. You explode someone's head or whatever. Like, sure, why not? But I don't know about making, like, a convoluted, like, Indiana Jones style boxing system. I mean, that's the thing, like, I wouldn't, well, let's not go that far. I was gonna say I wouldn't want to make my own, like, Cobra ripoff, because that's not true. One of the game concepts that I have been working on a little bit is basically, well, it's not, I guess it's in the eye of the beholder whether it's a ripoff or not. Let's just say that in the grand tradition of the, you know, creative works such as Fist of the North Star and Space Adventure Cobra, I wouldn't be too, you know, ashamed of wearing my influences on my sleeve. And I think Cobra is great, but it's also representative of a wider genre of, like, pulp adventures that I would be very inspired by, and probably have some analogous characters and elements to it. But I wouldn't, you know, if I wanted to make a sort of a Cobra game, like, that's the thing, I wouldn't make a guy in a blue suit with green hair. You know, the Python, the Galactic Pirate, you know, like, at that point, I'd rather just do it like a proper Cobra fan game. And again, like, if you wanted, like, if you're trying to sort of skirt the copyright aspect, then you're still going to have to put a bunch of effort into like, kind of coming up with your own versions of stuff. And I don't know, that, I mean, if I'm going to make that effort, then I would rather have it be my own thing, I suppose. And again, like, actually coming up with characters, like, that's kind of the fun, easy part, I guess, as opposed to, like, the writing and shit. I mean, not that I have any proper ideas for it, but hypothetically, if one were to make like a point and click adventure game with Cobra, like, I don't know if I would, like, I would probably look to the comics to either build something, like, build an adaptation of a specific comic, or like the you know, the Mega CD game, which sort of remixes and kind of uses bits and pieces from a lot of different comics in slightly different contexts and stuff. I mean, maybe you could even do, like, what I described with Snatcher. You could probably do the same thing with a Cobra adventure game. I feel like it would be a little more difficult to do it well, because Snatcher is still structured a little bit more, like, in terms of the the geography and how you move around in the world. Like, it's set in a city. It has a number of locations that you return to. I feel like Cobra is much more of that, like, railroad linear structure, which probably doesn't quite lend itself as well. But anyway, these are all these are all big hypotheticals, and nothing that actually represents anything remotely approaching intentions or plans. But just thought experiments. Cobra's perfect for episodic adventures. That's a good point. That's a good point. Like, it would be pretty, I don't want to say easy, but reasonable to make like a very short form, tiny little Cobra adventure, and still have it be like a self-contained kind of thing. But still, I think, I don't know, I guess I'd have to think about it a little bit more. But like I said, I think if I wanted to create, like, dabble with AGS or whatever to make something, I feel like adaptations, or like something where I can minimize the amount of work, so I can focus on one aspect at a time. Like, focusing on learning the engine, probably the first thing you'd want to do is make something where you don't even have to make any graphics at all, so you can purely focus on understanding how it functions. Because if you want to learn how that works while simultaneously doing background art and character art and whatever other art, UI, items, etc., and also writing, like both like actual dialogue but also kind of structuring the whole thing, like, there's a ton of stuff that if you could take any one of those categories and kind of just eliminate them from the equation, you'd have that much better likelihood of actually achieving something, I think. Roseanne adventure game. I mean, there was that Married with Children, right? It was kind of unearthed. Like, the game never came out, and up until recently, I think it was pretty much thought to never have existed in any form. It was like mentioned in a magazine once, but there was someone unearthed like a screenshot that looks like it could have been basically a mock-up, but implied that at least some amount of work went into it. And yeah, I think, you know, sitcoms, probably not the worst thing to build a point-and-click adventure from. Like, that's the thing. You can certainly make like very serious adventure games, but a lot of how they tend to work mechanically lends itself, I mean, there's a certain degree of absurdity to them that a certain tone allows you to lean into, which can work really well. I mean, a lot of games do that not so well, some do it well, but I think it's you know, comedy and point-and-click adventures, I think, kind of go hand in hand in a pretty natural way. But I wouldn't necessarily want to try to do that, because then the comedy has to be good also. And as we've seen in a lot of games, like, that's a challenge in itself, undoubtedly. Anyway, adventure games are fun. And I'm certainly not much of an adventure game streamer. I wouldn't say that I'm much of an adventure game player, really, in the grand scheme of things. I am an occasional adventure game enjoyer. But it's not really my kind of go-to thing. So we don't get to talk about it that often, except for when we play these games, which there honestly has been a lot more of in the last year or so than my previous several years of streaming combined. I think we play the Monkey Island games, so we play these James Bond adventures, and it's been interesting to, I mean, and that's one of the things that I really enjoy about doing these kind of themed challenges and projects. We get to play other games and other types of games that I don't necessarily stream or even play personally that often, and it prompts these kinds of discussions, right? It prompts reflecting on elements of game design and other things that I don't perhaps reflect on too much otherwise. So that's fun. Casual adventurist. Pretty much. What's up, broccoli donut? And I don't know. I feel like we could probably spend an entire Saturday stream just chatting, talking about adventure game design. And man, there's more adventure games that I would like to. Like I said, you know, I buy them here and there, and then I just never get around to it. I would say the one that I'm actually eager to play, that we played a demo of, and then I bought it, and then I got it for free on like Humble again, I think later, is Lacuna, I think it's called. It's not exactly a point and click in a conventional sense as far as the controls go. You like move a little guy around on screen, but it's this like cyberpunk detective game of some kind, and that was really cool. I definitely want to play that at some point. But oh well. maybe we'll try to get to more of that stuff. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I saw. Oh yeah, I have it even here. We can look at it later perhaps, but there's It Returned to the Desert. It's like a, I guess, a fan sequel of sorts to It Came from the Desert, which is a very, it's not even a one very strange game. It's like several peculiar games. It Came from the Desert. It was an Icon joint as well, right? I think so. And there were like several versions of it, some of which never were actually released, and they all have in common like the broad strokes of the theme and the plot, but the mechanics and everything are like totally different. But basically it's like a 50s B movie of giant ants attacking this desert town, and like the Amiga game is sort of an adventure game, but it has like action sequences. And the PC Engine one is like similar to that, but it's all FMV on the PC Engine CD, which is nuts. And then I think there might have been a second like PC version that was slightly different. And did the PC Engine version have like side-scrolling levels? I think it did, because the Amiga version has like basically shooting gallery, like you have a little awkward revolver pointy cursor, you have to shoot the antennas off the ants, and it's impossible. But I think the PC Engine one had like side-scrolling action levels. And then there was the unreleased Mega Drive game that's like a Commando-like. It's a top-down like shooter kind of thing. That's weird. But anyway, this It Returned to the Desert, unique mix of turn-based tactics and adventure game, it says. Looks like another interesting kind of genre blend. Came out in February. We have some other stuff that we might want to look at. There's been a couple of new Tekken 8 trailers and stuff. So we'll see. I don't know how much we have left of the Stealth Affair. We might be playing it the rest of the stream. I don't know. But we made some decent progress last time, and it's very possible that we might wrap up today. And if we do, maybe we'll take a look at some other random stuff. I have a few other games lined up. I did end up buying the Resident Evil 4 remake after all, and I'm hesitant to commit to playing that all on stream because it's a long ass game, but I want to play it. There's also the Diablo 4 open beta going on this weekend, and I played like half hour of it last night. I'm just like somewhat intrigued to mess with it a little bit. I'm not big on Diablo whatsoever, but people seem to be really enjoying it, so I was kind of curious to just take a look at it, just considering it a demo basically, and seeing if I enjoy it. So if we finish up the Stealth Affair, maybe we'll be playing some of that stuff. Maybe we'll be looking at some trailers and other I don't know, go back to discussing adventure games maybe. I don't know. But for now, why don't we get back to Games Bond? All right, let's boot this up and hope that audio volumes will not be fully destructive. Only reasonably destructive, it looks like, on OBS. Let's speed this up a little bit. Let me also go grab my secret documents here. We can get through this section. Alright, I had to click like 3 times for that to work. Let me move this window over here. That is... okay, I can't tell if it's green or light green, but... okay, that's dark green. I have to cross-reference 2 different scans of the copper protection sheet because the colors are all fucked up, which is by design. Should be dark green. And that should be dark blue, I believe. Alright, we did it. We're in. I think this is basically unskippable, but even if it wasn't, we're gonna watch it. Slow it down a little bit for the animation's sake. Like, thankfully this game just straight up has an option to increase and decrease game speed, and it actually works. The fact that it works might be thanks to ScumVM, granted, but still. But speeding things up makes it more convenient, but certain things break a little bit. Quality Bond theme. Oh, dude, that's a kind of a shame, right? This opening is awesome. But imagine if this had been a Bond game from the beginning. I feel like they could have, and probably would have, dedicated like a fucking full floppy disk to a proper Bond opening intro. With quality 1989 Amiga visuals. Holy shit, that would have been sick. Like a full-on proper European demo scene Bond intro. Damn, that would have been so cool. Now I'm like upset that we don't get that. I'll just click through this pretty rapidly. We watched and I've voiced this intro like 8 times at this point, I feel like. Yeah, he's the everything is highly American in here, so he's got to have the American flags and the Mickey Mouse. Yeah, I booted up the Diablo 4 beta yesterday, and it was like 15 minutes or something to get in. Then it took me another 15 minutes to like link up my my accounts. But I got in once I was able to start playing it. Everything worked super smooth. I had an easier time than when I tried to play Diablo 3 at launch, I'll say that. All right. We are tasked by the CIA, of all people, to retrieve this stolen stealth bomber. We're in Santa Paragua, which is a fictional Latin American country where there's like, I forget the exact details of the plot, but there's this kind of dictator, right, Manigua, and as we've learned in the game, there's something like shady going on there, because there's this like resistance movement that seems to be led, or at least featuring, the daughter or niece or something of the leader, who's like kind of suddenly become this like despot and there's something weird going on there apparently. So we, like, what happened, we can, I can show this scene real quick before we resume where we were. When we do that, I'll start the timer again, I guess. Yeah, the sounds, the footstep sounds are sick. So we are playing the Amiga version, and the DOS version has 256 color graphics, but worse audio. And some scenes I do think kind of look better in that version, but a lot of scenes I prefer the way they look on the Amiga version. So there really doesn't seem to be like a fully ideal version. Like they each have strengths and weaknesses compared to each other, and even then, it's not like one has better audio and one has better graphics. It's kind of, even that is like from scene to scene which one is better, I feel like. Also, Father Axe Keeper, I don't think I said hi. Terror Van, greetings everybody. I've been not very good at keeping up with everyone showing up in chat, but happy Saturday to all of you. I hope you're doing well. So this is after we let me just look at the progression here. Right, so just looking at the thumbnails here, the basic like sequence of events of the game is we got to the airport. We were supposed to meet our contacts. We get some equipment. We get a secret message in a electric razor tape recorder to meet our contact in the park. So we go to the park, we meet him, he gets shot, and as he dies, he leaves us with a key to a like safety deposit box. So we go to the bank and we open the box. We get the contents of it, which contain an envelope labeled Operation Stealth. And as we get it, we're immediately jumped by Soviet agents who were also responsible for the shooting, it turns out. They stick us in this cave and we escape. We swim through some little bit of an action adventure scene here, swimming through the water, and we make it back to town. And when we're back in town, there's like no sense of what we're supposed to do. There's no like plot hints or anything. We're just in town. So I'm like, well, we can go to the hotel. We didn't do anything in the hotel yet. So when we go to the hotel, like the staff greets us very like, oh, Your Excellency, we were so honored to have you here. And Bond is like, okay, that's weird. And we can just for some reason this door is just open now, I think. Think it should be. There we go. It took 3 tries, but it's opening, James. And yeah, for this scene in particular, we suddenly get the name of the character speaking, which is convenient, but it's a little strange. But yeah, so he calls us a bloodthirsty brute, and we're a little confused here. And my crimes won't stay unpunished, which, frankly, is maybe not completely, you know, wrong. I feel like Bond's probably guilty of some unpunished crimes. But there's this guy named Otto who looks exactly like us, to the point where the hotel staff were confused. So he knows who I am. And he's got his commando guards. We get thrown into the ocean. Oh yeah, we have to, like, we're supposed to operate our inflatable bracelet that we bought from a bum on the beach. So he thinks we're in cahoots with the Soviets. So there's like, everyone is like, all these different parties are vying for these stealth documents, which is like, the plane's been stolen, right? But I guess we're going after the documents. It's not entirely clear what's going on here, but anyway, we get dumped into the ocean. It's a pretty cool scene here. We can reach our little wrist bracelet to deflate our inflatable bracelet, which is enough to loosen the ropes, and you have to very quickly untie the girl, and then you can swim out of there. And when we swim out of here, she's like, oh, all right, thanks for rescuing me, and she takes us to the kind of rebel camp, and we're like completely railroaded into this sequence of events where we're just sort of thrown into this rebellion of sorts. And we pose as like a magician and an assistant, whatever. There's like this brief cutscene of us like being smuggled in through a truck. We perform on stage some kind of disappearing trick, and suddenly maze. There's this like lengthy sequence of like having to do this shit, of like trapping these guys. This took so long, and it's, oh, this was terrible. Yeah, not the greatest part of the game. But once we get out of the maze, we oops. We come into this beautiful office. Yeah, the fighting is a bit ridiculous. We find a secret compartment. We use our safe cracking skills and a safe cracking gadget, and this is one of those, like, this took so long because the game is just super confusing as to what exactly you have to do. The manual describes the use of the safe cracking tool in a very confusing way, and then like I like second, triple, quadruple, quintuple guessed whether I was doing the right thing or not, but we eventually made it through, and it opens the safe thing, a little compartment. There's an envelope, and as we grab the Operation Stealth envelope, just as I predicted, when we leave the scene, which I cannot do here until you get out of it, the Russian agents are there again, and I think what happens is, well, let's see if we can actually do it. Why not? I don't want to spend like too much time just like redoing everything. But some of these scenes are kind of cool and give it a little bit of context, so we might as well. I'll start the timer now because I'll forget otherwise. So we turn this thing on. So the 0 will be in digits 2 and 3. So that whatever the code is, there's something 00 something. Let's we step through this. So we see that the first digit is a 2. So I lock this in. All right, 0 0. All right. So here's the part that I like. So you enter the last digit, and like, if you do anything other than exactly what you're supposed to do to open this safe, it won't open, and you're basically soft locked. Maybe I'm not sure if you can like redo this. Oh yeah, because at this point, if I don't do the exact right thing to open this, if I remove this device, the safe will explode and I will die. And if I try to do everything over again, I can only change the last digit. And the password, I think, will have changed. And I was like stuck on this. Like, I just showed you all you have to do. It's very straightforward. But the manual explains it in a needlessly complex way. And there's this weird thing. If you do anything slightly wrong, I don't mean like entering the wrong code, but like if I press this button too much, or if I press this and I press it again, or if I press this, like then it won't work. And this, I mean, it just says in the manual, like, oh, if you enter the code, the door will open. Like, no, it won't. If I enter the code and then I press the correct button and nothing else, and then choose to open it, it will open. It's a little weird. Yeah, the exploding safe seems a little questionable. All right, so I switched it off, and now this starts doing... So I think I can open it now. But if I try to do anything other than pressing this button, which is kind of strange, because you wouldn't think turning on or off my safe cracking device after I have entered the code should not logically really affect whether the lock is open or not, you would think. I don't know. Let's see if we can operate the safe door. Don't be dreaming. It doesn't open as easy as that. Okay, we did it wrong. Okay, if I press this again. I did it wrong. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have pressed that. I did something wrong. So now we can't open it. But we can take this. Okay, I thought it would explode. Oh, there. Okay, I had to remove it and click the button. I don't think I even did it that way before. See, I've solved this puzzle twice, and I'm still confused by it. That's how this game operates. The game is more frustrating when you solve the puzzle than when you don't. Because when you solve the puzzle, it's more confusing. And then we have some quality non-native English writing here. It opens and shows the famous envelope of documents that you wanted so much. Yeah, I mean, MTI, of course. Yeah, if it slides through there and the little device is on there, yeah, okay, something's gonna get caught. But like, you don't know that. Like, that literally only makes sense if you have already seen the animation and know what happens. Like, there's no logical. Like, does the safe have some kind of mechanism that prevents it from opening? Because something's stuck here, not gonna open, please remove. Like, and there's no. It's just stupid. It feels like it functions that way as a complete necessity of how certain things just happen to be drawn on screen, more so than for any logical reason. It's weird. Hey, what's up, soldier? Happy Saturday. Anyway, we take the envelope, and our Russian friends are back. The world is small, Mr. Bond. Karpov. No, I'm Ostrovich. No names, idiot. No names. So that's a running gag. Give me the envelope, Mr. Bond. And now here's our friend Otto. He's also not very friendly, but he's also not very funny. He keeps laughing and making what appears to be intended as jokes. I guess I only say that because he keeps laughing, and occasionally he makes reference to him making jokes. I cannot quite identify what these jokes are, but I'm not French, so maybe that's why. Catch them! Oh, he punches him, the envelope goes flying, this guy grabs it. Catch them! I want them dead or alive! Hopefully dead. Okay. So I guess, yeah, that's the Russian guy with a hat. And I guess that's Bond with a hat? I don't know. But this is pretty cool. And there's little jet skis. And now we have action scene. The controls are a little... Like, I don't know how you really avoid anything. I can't go up and down as far as I can tell. You can just go left and right. Anyway, we caught up. I take the envelope. Okay, if there's several... Right moment, hammer, auto sense many of you jump onto your water scooter. Alright. So we have to do this little dance. Okay, I think we tried this like once last time. We're possibly doing slightly better. Whoops, almost got it that time, but almost only counts in hand grenades and horseshoes, as the old saying goes. They definitely look like sharks to me. So there we are, we're caught up. Suddenly jet skis. The way they move, they seem far too, not sentient, at least mobile, to be rocks. I guess this isn't too bad, because, like, yeah, you catch up and I think you get, like, full health. Alright, let's save. I accidentally brought up the menu during the black screen, but it was invisible. Alright. So, jet skis, part 2. Is that the sound a shark would make? I don't see why not. Is it the sound that a henchman on a water scooter would make? Oh! Okay, I have a slightly different strat here. Oh! We made it. New music. Documents are finally yours! I don't care about the documents, I just want to listen to these jams. Celebratory Bonds jams. Alright, let's see what happens. Oh, James, come over and see me when you've finished playing with your comrades. Oh, dear, the graphics. Did I finish the game? I don't know, we'll see. I guess the head of CIA just hanging out in the submarine. How'd your trip go, James? Perfect, sir. The water temperature was ideal. Very well, let me give you an overview of the situation. A secret organization known as Spider has the airplane. They're asking for a ransom of 1,000 pounds of plutonium to be assembled within the next 24 hours. Otherwise, the stealth will make nuclear attacks on the world's main capitals: Washington, Moscow, Tokyo, London, Paris, and more. Obviously, the government is taking this affair very seriously. 1,000 pounds of plutonium? That's astronomical. Yes, it would be impossible to gather, and no way would give that much fissionable material to a terrorist group. Spider must be stopped, James. Find the airplane and destroy it. That's right. The manual has like instructions for like how the weapon systems of the stealth airplane works. And I remember commenting on it at the time because we were reading through the manual before we started playing. I was like, with this much teasing of like everything in the airplane, surely the game's gonna let us pilot it, or otherwise it's a bit of a rip. Good afternoon, Icarus. Do we have any more information? Yes, our suspicions were well founded. The documents confirm that the plane has landed in Santa Paragua. They also tell the exact position. Only? Well, after we looked into it, the information tells us that the runway is located 300 feet under sea level. We should be there in a few minutes. Good luck, James. Thank you, sir. James, to see you. Is that Q? Hi, Q. I guess it is. Your wish list from Santa Claus is ready. Compact disc. Do be careful. Oh, I was going to forget. A cigarette case and a wetsuit. Now for some technical details. The stealth is impossible to detect, completely invisible to radar and electronic surveillance, thanks to an extremely new advanced camouflage system. The principle is easy to understand. Every wave, sonic or optical, that reflects on the aircraft is analyzed, and the reflection angle is recalculated and returned so that it appears that no object is in the way of the wave. Of course, the sheer quantity of calculations are astounding, and the computers that make them are too big to fit into the aircraft. That is the stealth's Achilles heel, James. Destroy the brain and we'll take care of the aircraft. The compact disc contains a specialized computer virus that will erase all the stealth programs from the brain computers. Thank you. Thanks for the brilliant briefing. All right. More sick music. All right. Let's save. Oh, the drums. All right, we're gonna need to consult the manual a little later to double check on the stealth weapon systems and operations and all that. But we'll take care of this first. We also got a few more of the gadgets, right? Because the manual also we noted it last time as well. Music, I get so distracted. There's like there were two different cigarette gadgets, I think. There's like the rocket launcher cigarette and something else, I think. We'll double check a little later. I was confused when he mentioned the compact disc player or the CD. I guess it's just a disc, because that wasn't mentioned in the manual, but it makes sense, you know, it's just a specific thing for this particular mission. Oh, sharks, indeed. I'm assuming we just have to get to the end of the screen and hope we don't bump into sharks. Oh, it's a big one. Oh, what's that? Oh! I got baited. Quite literally. There's a gleam in his eye that seems to say, dinner is ready. You punch him one on his ugly snout. Shark is angry and wants to go right to the main dish. You! Bravo! You died once again. No, I'm pretty sure that was a coincidence. The thing is, I'm sure that even in this interface, or like in this kind of action scene, you still, yeah, you have like your verb list. You just have to use the take verb. Also, the background graphics just disappeared. Oh, there they go. I mean, it could be. It's not necessarily random. The shark. No. I didn't mean to do that. They seem random, but it could be on this screen in particular. But I think I just have to take... Let's leave it for the next player. Okay, my controls. A bottle thrown into the sea by strange people with a message inside. Okay, I assumed that it would be important. I guess maybe it's just a joke? Is it literally just bait for you to get eaten by a shark? Screen doesn't seem to transition. Do I emerge up here? I was trying to think, what's the opposite of submerge? I guess it's emerge. You can't go like... You can't swim like straight up or straight down. You have to like wiggle diagonally. Basically, you have to double dragon 3 walk to go up or down. Maybe I have to use a gadget on the... I don't know. We're back. You know, we've enjoyed a sequence of delightful event scenes and cool shit. And now we're back to the French adventure gaming, and things are confusing and weird. So we have the cigarette case, which I bet we're just gonna have to open. We have to operate it to see what's inside, which we probably shouldn't do while we're underwater. We have our watch, which contains a, what is it, like a 30-meter cable. There is the electric razor, which is a secret recorder, which we used. The manual goes to great length to explain how to prepare it for recording, but when you actually get it in the game, you need it to listen to the tape that's already recorded, which is a little bit of a puzzle in itself. We have the red carnation that we use to identify ourselves at the meeting at the very beginning of the game. The little box is the safecracker compact disc, and we have the pen that we took from our briefcase at the airport at the beginning of the game too, which may or may not be the pen, the fountain pen from the manual that has a, what is it, like benzoic acid something that you're like meant to melt metals with. It's one of those things where you never, like, trying to interact with it or do anything with it in the game, you would have no idea that it's meant to be a gadget that can do things, which makes me uncertain if that is what it is. But it also is a pen contained within a briefcase of gadgets that we received from Q. So we'll see. Maybe I was too far from the bottle when I was trying to take it. Yeah, like, that's the thing. The game definitely can give you very confusing messages. Like when we were stuck in the cave because we tried to use our pickaxe on the wall, the game's like, why would you ever want to do that? You're stupid. Whatever. Like, and then what you have to do is you have to just, because there's two verbs, right? There's use and operate. Use is when you use an item on another item. Operate is when you just use an object by itself. So by using the pickaxe on the wall, the game is like chastising us for trying something ludicrous like that. But if we operate the pickaxe, he just swings it. Like, wherever you're standing, just swings it through the air. But if you position yourself just by the wall physically and you just start swinging it, hey, wouldn't you know, you start hitting the wall and you can bust through. It's really stupid like that. And then saying that out loud makes me realize maybe I can operate the bottle to open it. I don't know. Does the manual talk about the gadgets? Yes. It kind of, it's like most of the manual, it feels like, is kind of going over the various gadgets. If you're too far from something, I think it would typically be like, if there's a specific message that comes up when you're too far from something, it probably would make it reasonably clear that you're too far. Probably. I can't take that for granted, but anytime I interact with something, I would say, like, almost more often than not, my intuitive guess as to how I am meant to interact with it has not been accurate. Like, I've tried doing something and it turns out the game wanted me to do that exact thing through a slightly different combination of verbs or like what I'm clicking at. Like, you're interacting with the bank teller at the bank and it's like you can accidentally interact with the counter that he's standing at instead of the person, and then it doesn't work. Or if you like, you get the little like from your meeting that your contact that gets killed at the meeting, you get a little note with a key taped to it. If you take that object, the key with the note, and hand it to the bank teller, nothing happens. It doesn't work. The game ridicules you for it. But if you take the key off of the card, then give the card to him, then it works. You kind of saw the safe cracking thing is like that too. Like, it's very finicky. So who knows? All right, let's leave it. Okay, but let's try operating. See? You take the message out of the bottle. You read. Demoralized programmers await your letters of encouragement. The entire team of Delphine wishes you an enjoyable time with James Bond. Okay, was that necessary progression? I don't know. See, like, I get, I'm beginning to understand how to communicate with the game on its wavelength. So let's save that for the next player. Let's see, maybe, oh wait, we're supposed to go down probably, right? Because we're like, it's supposed to be super deep underwater. Yeah, because it doesn't seem like we can go further right. So maybe that's just an Easter egg if you go all the way right instead of going down. That's kind of cool, I guess. So can we go down? So awkward. Oh, there we go. Oh, dude, look at the graphics. Ooh, what's that? I guess it's nothing. So it's probably like a... Maybe we can go left. Oh, okay. We don't have our pickaxe, but... we just go through here? Nope. Maybe we can explode the wall here with our explosive cigarette or something. It's a golden cigarette case. Can we operate it? This isn't the ideal place to smoke a cigarette, is it? Fair enough, game. I did call it, but you never know with this game. Yeah, it's cool that there's so much unique art in each of these screens. I mean, Bond was like sort of starting off facing to the right, so I just assumed that I was meant to go right. Oh, okay, that's this screen. But maybe not. I guess there's a wall to the right here, so there's no sharks coming through. Hope we'd be... oh, okay, maybe not. I was gonna say, I hope we'd be safe here at the bottom. But if that school of fish can come through there, then we're probably not very safe. Can't examine anything here, it looks like. But let's see if we can go further to the left. Is this gonna grab and kill us? Nope. No, it doesn't? Okay. Oh, never mind. Thanks, game. Alright, let's go down. And then immediately left. Fractal Mind Mike. The big old raid. Greetings, greetings, raiders. And welcome to Games Bond. We are slowly, arduously making our way through the history of James Bond video games. And we are currently doing our best trying to make sense of the Stealth Affair, aka Operation Stealth. Yes, we're very stealthy right now. Valdemir, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, everybody. It's your first time viewer here. My name's Jiggy. I'm from Sweden. I collect old Japanese games. I play a lot of fighting games, arcade games, a little bit of everything. But also, I occasionally get silly ideas like, hey, what if I played every Batman game? That's something I did a few years ago. And then I had the even brighter idea of, hey, what if I played every James Bond game? And here we are. We started back in October, and we've made it through a couple of these games. And it's actually been really fascinating, these early computer games, because there have been all very different takes on James Bond. And we are now plunging into the depths of French adventure game design. Fractal Mind Mike, become a dragon master. Congratulations. You know, just obey the code of the dragon. Never intentionally harm another. What was the other things? The Code of the Dragon? Whatever, you can look it up. Just don't do anything Billy Lee wouldn't do, and you'll be fine. You'll be perfectly good at living up to the Code of the Dragon. Enjoy your new status as a Dragon Master. Anyway, let's load our save game here. I'm sure I asked you this before, Mike, but did you play this game? I want to say that you played Future Wars not too long ago. And this was basically the follow-up to that. This game was, of course, not always a Bond game. This was originally released as Operation Stealth. But when this game was released in North America by Interplay, they somehow saw fit to actually get the James Bond license. Maybe they had it at the time already, I'm not sure. But they changed the name of the game, they changed the box art, and they changed like 3 lines of dialogue, and now it's officially a Bond game. So we're gonna play it. You did play Future Wars, yeah. I feel like I heard a lot of a lot of people were a little what's the word? Apprehensive isn't exactly the word, but like people were maybe fearful for me getting into this. Oh wait, we can't interact with these. Here there is a kind of opening in the trunk. All right, I lucked out there. Wait, what about the... Couldn't I look at the leaves? Yeah. You haven't noticed anything special. All right, I see. And we were talking about this earlier in the stream, like, we played through... And yeah, you can... got the list right here. I'll just link this in chat. There's the official spreadsheet listing all the games. And we played a couple of Bond text adventures. And I think they perhaps set the tone is maybe not the right word, but I'm, you know, I got through those games, and this hasn't been worse than those. Frankly, a little bit similar in some ways. Neither of them are particularly sophisticated in their design. The structure of the game is pretty, not just very linear, but kind of flimsy. But impressively with this game, I joked about it before, but like the game has almost been more frustrating when I am making progress than when I'm not. Because anytime I make progress, I tend to be almost a little confused as to how it happened or how I lucked into figuring out what the game wanted of me. But I've not been terribly stuck for terribly long on anything. It's been like reasonably smooth progress. It was kind of the roughest at the very beginning, but I suppose at a certain point you started getting a feel for how the game plays. I think the impression I get is maybe that Future Wars is a little worse in that regard, and this is a little more... I don't know if I want to use the word civilized, but whatever the reason, I've probably been a little lucky, but I haven't been too stuck. Okay, so can I operate the palm tree? You open it, a button appears. So I open the palm tree, and then a button appears. Oh, no? Alright, I have to operate the button. I guess the palm tree's trunk is too far away. Future Wars, interesting as a sort of stepping stone of flashback. That's interesting. I think it was McCall who's mentioned that Eric Shahi, I suppose, worked on the art, or like he worked on that game. And art in this game is I think pretty phenomenal. I love the way the characters are drawn in particular, but some of the scenes look really cool too. And they use a pretty cool sort of, I mean, they call it the cinematique system, right? And certain rooms have like pretty dramatic camera angles. We get these little cutscenes with other views and stuff, which is pretty cool and definitely sophisticated for 1989. But apparently Future Wars is like way more of a showpiece even graphically. So I don't know that I'm like excited to play it per se. Because, you know, everything that sort of comes with the territory, but I'm curious about it for sure. Oh yeah, I think when you were playing it, I think I did see the platforming stuff. Now that you mention it, because you're in this like base or hangar or something. There's these like hallways very, I mean, it's an Amiga game, of course, but very Amiga. It somehow reminds me of the Tintin, whatever it's called, the moon, where they go to the moon. That there's an Amiga game of that, I remember. I don't know that they actually look any similar, but for some reason that's the first thing that comes to mind. The palm tree's trunk seems far away, don't you think? I don't think. It's literally right. My face is rubbing up against it. Atreides NL, an fecal alcohol syndrome. Thank you for the follow. That sounds terrible. That sounds serious, but I hope you're okay. And thank you for the follow. Little DOS game. CJ, not terribly good. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, it's interesting because once you get to this point in time, you know, the late 80s, early 90s is when Amiga stuff, I mean, ultimately I think it would typically depend on what system a game was developed for primarily. But there's definitely a pretty good chunk of time where you can bet that if a game is on the Amiga and on other computer systems, the Amiga is probably the premier version of a game. But there are, of course, I'm sure earlier games as well that were designed for DOS, like IBM compatibles, that had kind of shoddy Amiga ports. But, you know, I suppose that doesn't really... Like, it wasn't kind of until the introduction of VGA, probably, that at least graphically... And, you know, same with kind of Sound Blaster support or whatever, like... DOS computers didn't really do anything that Amigas didn't do better up until those kind of advancements, I feel like. So once you have... I mean, this game is an interesting example because we are playing the Amiga version right now. There is a 256 color DOS version. And we played both of them kind of back and forth a little bit earlier on. And I would still kind of like to play through the DOS version just to see the rest of the game in that version, because it has more colors. So some screens look better in that version. But some of them... I would be curious to learn more about the development of this game, because some scenes definitely feel like they were just kind of truncated color-wise for the Amiga version. They're just sort of cut down to the smaller color palette. But other scenes look more correct kind of in the Amiga version, and the DOS version just sort of adds a bunch of gradients to them. It's kind of like the VGA version of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, where it looks all right. The VGA version doesn't look ugly exactly, but it sort of retains a lot of the color palette choices from the EGA version, and the gradients add like a sort of layer of detail on top of those deliberately simple graphics that end up looking a bit odd. Or I want to say, maybe I'm thinking of the FM Towns version. There was a later version of Zach McCracken that also kind of had a similar overhaul graphically, which again, it's not ugly exactly, but you can kind of tell that it's not the original version because it has a lot of artistic, like it retains artistic choices that were made with a smaller color palette in mind. Some of the screens in this game very much feel like that, and other very much feel like they were absolutely designed for 256 colors. But then the audio is like undeniably way better on the Amiga. So for me, because of that, I guess, like, and with Delphine software, like, this just feels like an Amiga game to me, so I would rather play that version. But it's kind of neat that both of them have something kind of going for it. Because even if you could have the Amiga audio in the DOS version, that's still ultimately, to me, not necessarily the ideal version, because some things legitimately do look better in the Amiga version anyway. Yeah, once you have the 256 high-res VGA, the opportunity to eclipse the Amiga version becomes available. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was alluding to as well, right? Because you can have games like the Atari ST is an interesting example. I don't know that much about the ST, I'm not familiar with it, but my understanding, from what I've seen and heard at least, is that the ST was a decently capable machine, but it didn't necessarily have a lot of original software. It had a lot of ports, a lot of the same games, and like a lot of games were kind of built for the Amiga and ST and designed sort of around the lowest common denominators as to not have to make the same game twice. So you end up with something that's like not particularly impressive on the Amiga and doesn't like do anything interesting with whatever capabilities the ST had either. Or in some cases you just get, you know, a clone of the Amiga game but with fewer colors or whatever. And there are DOS versions of Amiga games that are a bit clunky and weird, and there are Amiga versions of DOS games that are a bit clunky and weird. It was interesting. I remember Goaty did a stream where he played every version of California games, which was really cool. California games is an interesting one because it has, I think there's like 15 different versions or something, and almost none of them like look or play the same as any other. Like the list of events is kind of different between a lot of them, and even the mechanics of how the events work is kind of different between a lot of them as well. But in most ways, like I think it was the C64 version that was basically the original of that, or maybe the Amiga version. There was like one version that was like clearly the best in a lot of ways, even if some of the later versions kind of added some interesting touches. But I think the DOS version in that case was like just a very inferior version of the Amiga game. But in California Games 2, the DOS version is like much better than the Amiga one. And it's not necessarily because you look at it and say like it's doing something that the other machine wasn't capable of, but you kind of got the impression that this is what it was designed around, and whatever derivative version came from that just didn't really, you know, there perhaps wasn't budget or time to tailor it to whatever strengths of that system, which is understandable for a lot of these games when you you know, you port something to like 6 different computers and you have like 4 programmers split between 6 ports, and they each get like anywhere between 2 and 6 weeks you know, to crank something out without access to the original source code or whatever. Like, it's a miracle that some of these games came out in any kind of playable condition. But in a lot of cases, I guess they also were sold for like, you know, 3 quid or whatever. What's up, Don Kill? Yeah, that sounds about right for the ST, I suppose. Like anything, there is, you know, there will be some kind of unique or exclusive software, but maybe not a lot of it. I think we played the ST version of 1 or 2 games for the Bond project. We played, I want to say, Live and Let Die, right? The boat game. Was that the one that had a... No, it was The Spy Who Loved Me, who had like the actual theme song from the film as like the high score music, which wasn't in the other versions. But I think we did play the ST version of Live and Let Die as well, because it had like a different trainer or crack or something. I don't know. I think this may have also been on the ST. I don't think... I'm not positive. But there were certainly some games that were on the ST that I didn't really even bother checking out because they didn't... Like, we've been playing multiple versions of a lot of the games we've played so far. And we will continue to do so for games that have different ports that offer meaningful distinctions between them. But I didn't see fit, for example, for this game to have like the Amiga version and the DOS version as like 2 separate entries, because they're not that different. Arguably, they turn out to be more different than I expected, but at the end of the day, it's really only the graphics and the audio that's different. In some of the other games, the controls, the mechanics, the graphics, like everything is totally different. And there's going to be some of that, like the Duel has the Mega Drive version and the 8-bit Master System Game Gear versions, and they're pretty vastly different games. And Casino Royale, I think, has like 4 different games or something like that. Or maybe it's Quantum of Solace, I guess, because like Casino Royale, I think, only had the mobile game. Well, it's all in the list if you're curious. Anyway, let's see if we can... Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. We found the spot. I press the button. A violent pain goes across your arm, immobilizing it for a few seconds. Oh. Okay, the game's like pausing when I'm clicking. Oh. I accidentally skipped. Okay. Elastic band. Well, I'm super confused because I accidentally skipped a message because I didn't realize I was in the middle of a cutscene. It definitely sounds like the game is hinting at me missing an important key item, which I'm a little bit scared about, because if this means we have to go back, we have to redo a bunch of arcade shit, which I kind of don't want to do, but we'll see. I actually just want to kind of redo this scene because I don't want to miss that text. We'll just swim back there and I'll do another save on that screen. Probably in the starting screen. Yeah, we'll see. Like, I had the bracelet or whatever. But like I said, because I wasn't able to read. Palm tree? 4 question marks. Strange, isn't it? Nothing interesting. It's so funny that you can actually look at the leaves and say nothing interesting, but if there's nothing else you can look at. Oh yeah, let's save here. Palm trees? What's up, Jessica Hot Jams? You just love soft locking these old French point and clickers. Sure do. Yeah, I mean, it can be handled with more or less grace, I feel like. Here, there is a kind of opening in the trunk. Let's operate. You open it, a button appears. Can we examine the button? You find nothing. I have the wire in the watch. Well, let's just do this again and see what it says. Press the button. A violent pain goes across your arm, immobilizing it for a few seconds. Like the little hatch is opening, and because he's like sort of moving as he does normally. I didn't realize we were still in the middle of a cutscene, so I was like trying to click and do stuff, and that made me skip this message. The pain goes away, but is the button giving out electricity in the water? Watch out, it could be a shock. The passage is just big enough to let a person in, especially if they have an elastic band. I do have the elastic band, don't I? This is such strange writing. And because the tone in this game has been all over the place, I can't even be sure that it's like... I can't truly distinguish between this being a hint or a joke. Taken at immediate face value, this seems to suggest that I should have an elastic band item. Might not be translated very well. I mean, it definitely is not translated very well. But even the manual, is strangely written in some cases, and it doesn't like the description of the gadgets and everything doesn't really line up with how it actually works in the game, and it's written in a sense, like in a way that just hardly makes sense. I just want to ponder this for a second before we try swimming through here and see what happens and see what we might have to go back and deal with. Yeah, why an elastic band would make it easier to fit through a snug tunnel is very unclear to me, but maybe the game will help explain it. I'm just trying to think. Like, there was the part where we get kidnapped and locked in the cave, and we lost some inventory items. We didn't have an elastic band before that, but it's like, was it something that we had that we could have used? I don't know, like, because there was the whole thing, we had to redo that part because we had to, like, we had a bunch of currency and we had to exchange it for coins to buy a flower, and we had some leftover currency and we had to exchange that currency for coins and then get kidnapped, then get back to the town and use those coins to buy the bracelet. because the currency, if you don't exchange the second lot of currency, that gets removed from your inventory when you get kidnapped, so you lose it and you can't continue. So you had to make sure that you had the coins and not the currency, which that's what the game calls it. It's still like bills, you know, banknotes. So I'm trying to think, like, is there anything else that we may have had in our inventory that would have contained or be used for an elastic band? Because well, I don't want to click through this, but as soon as I regain control, we'll look at the save files just to kind of as a little index of our progression so far. The only thing I can think of is when we got back to the town after swimming through the cave, there were like 1 or 2 screens that I didn't go to. We didn't go back to the military base to see if something appeared there. I just went to the hotel, and because it gave us progress, I just kind of went there. But maybe that's a part of the game where I could have come across a rubber band of some kind. Maybe in the office after the maze section, I explored that reasonably well, but it's possible that I didn't explore it fully and there's an elastic band in there somewhere. My line of thinking is that, like, maybe, you know, from the florist, you buy a flower and it's like a bunch of flowers, they come with a elastic band or something. But I don't think, like, I would have an opportunity, I would have had an opportunity to buy a second flower, but that would have spent the money that I needed to spend on the inflatable bracelet, so that doesn't seem likely. But basically, the section I showed earlier, where I go to the hotel room and I get sort of ambushed.
Love you.
What's up, Maxwell Damage? Thank you for the follow. Basically, from that part up until where we are right now, there's been like it's been a string of these kind of gameplay vignettes with no kind of free roaming, walking around collecting items and doing stuff. Because when you get the envelope, well, actually, hell, even before that, like, go into the hotel, you get dumped into the water, you escape, you swim out of the water, you get taken to the rebel base camp, you get smuggled into the HQ of the dictator or whatever. That's when you do a bunch of horrible maze sections, which I'm like just now dreading the thought of doing again, because easily the worst game of the worst part of the game. After all the mazes, that's when you find yourself in the office. In the office, you crack the safe and you get the envelope. Then you do the jet ski section, and you finish the jet ski section. Then you're in the submarine with the head of CIA, and then we're here. So if I missed the opportunity to collect an item, it would either be before the jet skis, like in that office, or it would have been in the city, like in the downtown area, after escaping the cave, or possibly before getting kidnapped. But that, I think, being in downtown area before getting kidnapped, I was pretty like I was sort of stuck there for a while, so I think I would be surprised if there's something that early. Like the second visit to the city and the office, like I definitely I was much less thorough in those two sections, so that's kind of where I would check. But first, let's try to go through here and see what happens. Yeah, please, I may be like asking rhetorically or kind of just thinking out loud, but please don't let me know if I'm stuck or give me hints unless I ask for it. I'm just, again, like retracing my steps to think, if I need to check for things, where do I want to check for them? I've been pretty good at like saving whenever I get to a new place, so it should be wherever we may need to go back to, it should be relatively easy to go to that section and check. But I'm trying to use some sort of process of elimination to see. And like I said, just hoping hoping that I do not have to do that bullshit maze shit again. Alright, I do have an elastic band, or maybe I do have it as part of some other item or something, who knows. Okay. I guess that's my wetsuit sprite. The passage closes behind you and the water lowers. This must be the decompressor. You decide to get rid of your diving suit. So weird that they do these screens on the pure black background where Bond sprite completely blends in. Cool little transition though. Also, I'm still in my wetsuit, but okay. So let's save here. Hidden base tunnel. Yeah, the way the game made such explicit mention of the rubber band thing, like very confusing. Well, now that we're here, let's see if we can open this. I guess we're not going to be allowed to open the cigarette case until we're in an ideal place to smoke. Some might argue is nowhere, but I guess that's not James Bond. Nothing to say about it. This is so weird too. Like most screens have like hardly any items to interact with, and then some screens have a bunch. And even when they do, you can almost never actually do anything with them. Yeah, the maze is very much a pretty naked, like, hey, let's make the game longer sort of thing. And they aren't fun. There are so many things to take, and you want this one. Yeah, the writing of all this shit is very peculiar too. You haven't noticed anything. Yeah, and this is such a in my mind, this is a particularly French way of writing. Like, I don't know any French, but I suspect, like, from having known French people, and like the way some of them speak English, I feel like there's probably something about how the grammar sort of translates. Because this seems like a, like I said, it just to me seems like a French way of speaking English. Yeah, the narration, like aside from the questionable grasp of English grammar, it's also very strange because the tone of it, the atmosphere of it sort of fluctuates wildly, but also it's a lot of the times ambiguous whether the narration is coming from Bond himself or from a kind of omniscient, you know, party. Most of the time, it certainly feels like a narrator, but occasionally something is written in a way that makes it sound like it's Bond's narration. And like sometimes it seems to comment on, like, it's the narrator talking about you, the player, and sometimes it's the narrator talking about Bond. It's very inconsistent. And strange. I didn't notice anything special. To clarify specifically what I'm saying, what I mean when I say that it's like it's French in the way that it's expressed, it's like specifically using this form to say, like, not saying you didn't notice anything special or you don't notice, but saying you haven't noticed anything special. Like, this is a very unnatural way to say this in English. Like, it's not grammatically incorrect, but it is not natural in this context. Like, even if it's in the past tense, you would say you didn't notice anything. You haven't noticed is like, it's strange. It's not like, I can't even put my finger on it specifically. I can't explain it in linguistic or scientific terms. But I would suspect, knowing what I know about certain other languages, that it's just a matter of how it's probably a closer direct translation to what the natural grammar would be in French, is my suspicion. Because that's how those types of errors tend to happen in translation. But yeah, the other thing with this game is, like, there are very, very, very few interactions in the game, you know, relatively speaking, that give you a meaningful response that isn't tied to, like, sort of game progress. Like, most of the time you get these, like, extremely generic responses to the rare occasion of actually being able to interact with an item. Like, the examine command is, like, nigh useless because, like, oh, I can examine myself. Oh, you haven't noticed anything special. Like, shouldn't Bond, if commanded to examine himself, would Bond of all people, truly have nothing to say? Wouldn't he be like, I don't know, maybe not bragging, but at least like acknowledging his own excellence or something? I don't know. At the very least, it's like a missed opportunity, right? Because you could offer so much more flavor to the game. Like, it's weird because for this type of game, like being able to examine and getting this description of everything around the character and what's going on, I feel like is the main kind of vessel for giving the player a sense of experiencing the world and everything. Like, it's such a strange thing that the game doesn't even really do it. But also, I think, aside from the implications on like immersion in the game world, I think it's also detrimental to the game design, because it makes it more obvious, it makes it more transparent when something is kind of gameplay relevant. Because basically, if you do any interaction with any object that gives you any response that isn't one of these stock no effect kind of messages, you almost know that, all right, okay, there's something here, in a way that doesn't like align with intuition in terms of like, I'm receiving information that makes me think, based on this information I can deduce that this is important. Like, the only deduction you're doing is noticing that the literal, like, I could basically be playing this in French and just pick out, like, if I see, like, through basically brute force trial and error, I could learn what these generic no response messages look like, and anytime I see a message that's different from it, I would know that like I'm on the right track. And compare that to something like Monkey Island or whatever, where, you know, everything has a funny description, or an interesting description, or a meaningful description, or a helpful description. It is a vast contrast. And yeah, MTI, that's you know, sometimes that can be frustrating when it creates ambiguity, and sometimes it can just be a little off-putting. But depending on the context, like I often express a certain amount of enthusiasm for non-native English. I think it can be quite charming, but I think it's also like it's a little bit more specific than just like any use of English that seems a little off that way. But I think in some cases, it can create this kind of underdog charm. If you're playing some like weird Steam game that has like a little strange use of English, for me, that can absolutely give the game experience a little bit of texture, a little bit of flavor that wouldn't be there if it was like blandly, you know, competent. It's not really a matter of it being better or worse, but it's like it can offer something a little bit of character. But in some cases, and I think this would be one of them, because the James Bond property, and even if you were playing the original non-licensed version, it is still a Bond pastiche, very clearly. There is an established, like, if you want to accurately capture the Bond tone, there shouldn't be weird English, you know? So it stands out in a way that is kind of goes against the atmosphere that you would expect given the setting. And in cases like that, I think it's it can be detrimental for sure. But in other cases, it can be pretty charming. Anyway, porthole, nothing else to interact with here. Try operating the porthole. Okay, you open it. All right, that was cool. A little sudden, but cool effect. Oh, we just start climbing. All right. Oh. Okay. What are these squiggly lines here? Hello, Mr. Bond! He screams. How have you been enjoying our company up until now? This is an awesome scene. Like, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about, with the cool like camera angles and stuff. Like having these tiny little characters to show this huge like villain lair HQ. I feel like you'd never see or very scarcely see something like this in Sierra or LucasArts games for that matter. Like even Monkey Island, which came after this game, by the way. Or I mean, yeah, Last Crusade have a few scenes that actually are a little bit like this, but just seeing it kind of integrated in gameplay like this, and in some cases used kind of more for cutscenes, I don't know, I think it's kind of cool. For when this game came out, it's pretty interesting. But it makes me curious to see more Future Wars, because if that is a more graphically elaborate game than this, it wouldn't surprise me if it has more of these kind of unique camera angles with possibly even unique sprites for the characters for that camera angles and stuff. That stuff is always kind of crazy. Like there's the chasm in Monkey Island where you have like the top-down perspective with a unique top-down sprite of Guybrush that's literally only used in that screen. Shit like that always like impresses me when they like go to the effort of making unique art that's only used like very sparingly. Like obviously the room backgrounds are not reused, but when you have like characters have a different look, like it's yeah, it's a treat. Like the graphics, being rewarded with new unique graphics is always like the kind of carrot on a stick to motivate you to keep going. Anyway, is this a game over? Let's find out. All right, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. So, you are the famous Bond. Otto has told me so much about you. Let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Y, the absolute master of Spider. My organization is spread throughout the whole world. We are in total control of many criminal groups. Which I wonder if... Like, obviously this is a play on Spectre, right? And Dr. No. So, like, it makes sense that in the context of Operation Stealth, that they have a literal, like, such a blatant kind of copy. And even the symbol here on the back, it looks like the Spectre symbol, except it's a little more spider-like. I wonder why, like... Couldn't they just have changed? I mean, obviously, this isn't Dr. No. It would be kind of weird if it was. But couldn't this just be Spectre? Oh, I mean, it was 100% a James Bond kind of pastiche, but I don't, like, it's to the point of parody almost, right? Because the tone is so different. I feel like if it was a Bond game originally, I mean, maybe it would have been exactly like this, but I feel like it probably shouldn't have been. That's part of what makes this kind of interesting, because it's on the one hand, like, very Bond-like, but tonally, it's definitely not. It's, like, very goofy in a way that Bond isn't, typically speaking. But it's weird when you have something that actually does have the license, or does, like, it's Bond, it's 007, I'm getting gadgets from Q. But then some elements are, like, not, you know, they've changed the, you know, to scrub the serial number off of it, whatever. Like, we played, well, Shaken But Not Stirred, of course, is like an unlicensed, like, game made by a dude. But that's where you have to find a Dr. Death, and in his lair you're being chased by paws with the metal hands. Like, that's pretty good. It's pretty funny. But I want to say, wasn't there another game where there's like, or maybe that was, I can't remember. But I think in one of the text adventures, maybe it was the same game, but there was something where, like, there's not, like, instead of Moneypenny, it's like her name is the Cash Coin or something. Like, they changed some of these names a little bit. But it's like, what? All right, are you afraid that you're going to get sued if you have a character called Moneypenny, but you're safe to use James Bond 007? That seems a little, you know, I'm not sure I follow the logic there. It's stuff like that is weird. Like, in this case, I think it's much more likely that it was just like the absolute least, you know, minimum possible effort was being put into changing this to Bond. And, like, I can understand them not, especially if it was all kind of on Interplay's side, no one's gonna maybe want to or be able to go back and redo the pixel art of the logo and whatever. It's like, fuck it, it's Spider. But it's strange when you're playing something that is ostensibly supposed to be an actual Bond game, and so many elements of it come across as either parody or like, you know, this kind of bootleg version of it. It's peculiar. It's peculiar. I mean, I can't imagine MTI that it would be. I mean, setting aside the fact that like in the 80s, no one gave a shit about any of this stuff anyway. You know, there was that. I forget the details, but there was that court case, right, with Nintendo and Universal or whoever about like. I forget the specifics of who was suing who, but there was something to do about Donkey Kong being some sort of infringement on the like copyright of King Kong, and there was some kind of a, in hindsight, amusing legal precedent set about like Donkey Kong being like basically not like its own thing or whatever. I forget, whatever. Point is, like there were some court cases like that, and but by and large, except possibly with very specifically litigious parties, which I would suspect Eon and the Broccoli estate probably are, things would fly under the radar. Like, stuff was like, no one gave a shit about. I mean, it's, you know, same thing with sampling in music. Like, it took a while for that to kind of catch the attention of litigious copyright owners. So when we're talking about these like 1982 adventure games distributed by one dude out of a garage in the UK, like, who gives a shit, right? Certainly there was no process of consulting legal counsel or like sending a letter to MGM and like, oh, which part of the Bond, you know, universe can I use in my computer software? Like, any concessions or like changes or anything like that would have been essentially made from an assumption of what is and isn't safe. You know, something like this, by 1989, things would have been different. This is like, you wouldn't put a box on store shelf that says James Bond, you know, without the license. I think that that would probably go a little too far. And I guess it's much easier to, like, when you're talking about branding and names and stuff like that, compared to like visual elements, you know, like Terminators or Aliens or RoboCops or Fist of the North Stars or like all these shit that like appear in 5,000 video games because people just put the cool shit that they like in their game. And I don't know that anyone ever went to court or got into any amount of trouble for any of that kind of stuff. It just at a certain point became sort of, I guess we probably can't do this. So that's why you see like re-releases of some old games where they kind of scrub out some of those things. Like in Japan, everyone was doing that. I think it was probably less prevalent in general in Western games, but even so, I don't know. But like I said, like, once you get to the point of like you're releasing something in a very, like, I was gonna say unprofessional capacity. That sounds weird, but what I mean is like, you're not, it's in an indie capacity, let's say, as things often were in the kind of British home computer market. It's not gonna like, it's gonna kind of fly under the radar, and it's a bit of kind of whatever. So the idea of being cautious of any of those things seems a little peculiar. Mostly I remember the case being dismissed on the technicality that Universal didn't actually own the King Kong related property they claimed. Right, that's what it was. Yeah, because it was something, basically they had claimed that Nintendo was infringing on their copyright, and basically it was discovered at some point that Universal themselves had at some point made the claim legally that King Kong was like public domain or something. I'm simplifying, but it was like something to that effect. So it's basically like Nintendo sort of were able to make the argument that Universal had already made Nintendo's argument for them preemptively by accident. I mean, yeah, No One Lives Forever, that stuff kind of happens where, I mean, IP rights and ownership can be complex, and unfortunately, in a lot of cases, you end up in well, I don't know about a lot of cases, but it certainly happens, especially with, game companies that no longer exist, where someone owns, takes ownership over IP and assets and whatever else, and it can become muddied over time who actually can lay claim to what, and everything can be figured out, but no one has the incentive to spend the lawyer salary to get there. To my knowledge, I don't know that No One Lives Forever ever kind of got out of that limbo, or at least hasn't yet. But it's certainly not the only game that is kind of like that. What's up, Pseudokin? Welcome. Copyright laws are, yeah, they're definitely. I mean, we're all at the mercy of giant corporations, and copyright is kind of like that too. I mean, it's of course, U.S. copyright laws do not apply globally, but when a handful of American media corporations own most of entertainment, to a certain extent, everyone has to play by their rules. But I cannot imagine. I mean, Disney will certainly fight tooth and nail to rewrite fucking Constitution if they have to, in order to maintain their iron grip on everything they touch. But I'm sure Mickey Mouse and a lot of other things would have been in the public domain for decades at this point if it had not been for the successful lobbying of Disney and other similar corporations to extend and change how patents and copyrights work. And it gets especially kind of funny when, like, well, funny is not the right word for it. It's kind of depressing, I suppose. But like Disney having built a lot of its success on public domain properties, Disney didn't invent Winnie the Pooh. They didn't invent Cinderella or Snow White or Aladdin or, a lot of the shit that they made famous. But not only, is their version the one that people know, but it's like they sort of can retroactively claim ownership I mean, not legally, but like pragmatically, or however you'd see it, by having like specific ownership of a specific version, that it can be like hard to, just because of the way things work in kind of the public consciousness, can be kind of tricky to the lines between what is and isn't owned. Like taking Winnie the Pooh as an example, like there's the specific inventions of the Disney incarnation, and in some ways some of those things might be very specific and very like clear cut. What is and is not protected, but in some cases it might be a little fuzzy to the point where you might not want to put yourself in the same area code as the ballpark of where you might be targeted by Disney legally. But anyway, it's certainly interesting to look at how games from a certain time period played fast and loose with that kind of stuff. Anyway, that was an extended tangent just from the mention of Dr. Y and Spider. Let's play some video games. Your government is quite naive to believe that they, or you, will stop me, Mr. Bond. I control a weapon that will totally dominate any force. I guess this guy's not an native English speaker too. The ultimate instrument of destiny is in my power, and thanks to it, all the rampant and stupid vermin that infests this earth will be exterminated. Yeah, loses a little bit of something, but we're getting the gist of it. It's all getting across. But time is precious, so let us pay attention to you, my dear Mr. Bond. My lovely piranhas are kept very hungry. Did you know, Mr. Bond, that these little darlings are capable of devouring an entire man in less than a minute? You wouldn't want to make my pretties wait any longer, would you? Okay, I can't save right now, but they conveniently leave. All right, okay. There we go, okay. Piranhas. Okay, so if the pen is the pen that we think we saw in the manual, maybe we can melt the cage. Maybe we can shoot a cigarette rocket at the control panel. The game did mention the whole rubber band thing, which is alarming because if that is in fact what it seemed to be at face value, you know, we didn't have a rubber band, you're going to need one, and it's too late to get one now, that means if that is the case, that would mean that we are headed straight into some kind of a dead end. And it would be kind of, you know, I feel like either the game should stop you immediately, or like, I can't believe I'm advocating for not telegraphing it at all. But now it's creating this like weird ambiguity where it's like, again, I can't tell if that was a hint or a joke or what. So I'm like, oh man, maybe we are soft locked, but it doesn't matter because obviously if we can figure out some aspects of some puzzles here, even if it does turn out that we were soft locked, whenever we make our way back here, we will have figured something. Like we were still collecting data, we're building knowledge. Like it's good, it's fine. But this game, playing this game has like been sort of that feeling has been ever present of like, am I doing the right thing here? Like it doesn't feel great. We're gonna see if and how we can get ourselves out of this pickle, but before that, I need to take a short break. We've been going for almost 3 hours here without breaks, and I really need to go to the bathroom. So let's pause the time right there. I'll step aside for a couple of minutes, and I'll be back with more Bond. See you guys in just a little bit. All right, I'm back, and I see that in my absence, I've gotten a beat 'em up guidance redemption. So we shall get some guidance from the self-proclaimed ultimate guide to side-scrolling beat 'em ups. I'm using it's a good adjective. Dismissive, air quotes. I don't know. I got this book a while back. Came out, I don't know, maybe about a year ago, sometime last year. And we've been reading through passages in this book on stream. I've not been terribly impressed with this book. It's scare quotes, yeah, maybe. It's kind of what you would expect, I guess. Bitmap Books has put out a bunch of different books on different genres and different console game libraries and everything, like a lot of these kind of coffee table books from different authors with different kind of intentions and ambitions. I believe I have at least one or two other books from them. I have a couple, and I can't can't remember specifically which ones of those books came from Bitmap Books and which are from other publishers. This book in particular, I've been pretty underwhelmed with for two major reasons. One is that the book is like very this is a perfect example. It's pretty kind of visual, you know, there's a lot of emphasis on screenshots. There's a couple of like special kind of full page spreads with screenshots and showing off bosses and characters and stuff like that. But despite having a major emphasis on screenshots, they basically did not do any aspect ratio correction. So all the Capcom arcade games, this one is from Konami, happens to be running on an arcade hardware with a particular resolution. They're not formatted correctly. So these screenshots, they're like clearly just emulator screenshots with square pixels, when these games are displayed on a monitor as intended, the pixels should not be square. You can definitely tell very easily looking at those oil drums that they're not the same shape. The barrels, for that matter, look extremely wide and stretched. So basically, the book is like 40% screenshots, and most of the screenshots in the book are just fucked. They look wrong. I think a lot of the NES and Super NES screenshots, I think it's a little bit of a mixed bag. Some of them I think may or may not be, because that's the opposite. You know, Super Nintendo and NES resolutions, and in fact several arcade games for that matter, they run in 256 by 224. So for them to look correct, they have to be stretched out a little bit horizontally. Here's another perfect example, by the way. Here's from AVP. There's a giant fold out. I don't even know how I'm going to show this, but the APC over here, let's see if I can get this on camera. This wheel is not round. This art, these graphics were drawn with the knowledge that they would be compressed horizontally to fit on the 4x3 screen. So, you know, things are drawn as ovals so that they will be displayed as circles. But this book does not show them in the correct aspect ratio, and it drives me nuts for a book that is otherwise very lavishly designed to, like, it's such a gigantic oversight, and it pisses me off to no end. And to me, just utterly devalues the book. Like, why have something that's going to show something off and then show it off in a way that looks terrible and wrong? And I don't know who to blame. Like, you know, I'm sure it's not the author exactly, but they should know better and have some amount of influence on that kind of thing. So that's one thing. Side note, David Craddock, who wrote the Long Live Mortal Kombat, which is a book I backed on Kickstarter and I read through. Pretty interesting book. There were some aspects of it that I thought were a little... I don't think it was... Like, some aspects I think were kind of weirdly written. I'm not sure if the edition I read, because I got an ebook, it had like some passages where they kind of repeated the same sections twice. It was kind of weird, but the overall, like, it's kind of an oral history of Mortal Kombat, and it was a great book, all things considered. He announced that he's working on some kind of fighting game book, I think, for Bitmap Books. So when he like tweeted and announced it, the first thing I like yelled at him was like, oh hey, your publisher put out a book on beat 'em ups and all the screenshots were all fucked. It looks like shit and I hate it. I hope your book doesn't suffer the same fate, because that would be terrible. I'm paraphrasing, I didn't write it exactly like that, but he at least responded and said, like, I'll make sure to look into that, or something to that effect. All I could ask for. So that was nice. Let's hope that thing comes out well. Anyway, the screenshots being messed up is one thing I don't like about this book, but the other, I was gonna say bigger issue, I think they're kind of equal, because again, the book is, you have spreads. Let's see if I can find it again. Where was it? There we go. For some games, you get pages like this showing off enemies and bosses. This is from Captain Commando. And again, every single piece of art on this page is displayed in the wrong ratio, so it just looks messed up. It's a big part of the book, and it's not done correctly. But the other issue is that the writing is very surface level. It covers a lot of ground. There's a lot of games featured in this book. It's a big ass book. There's only room for so much. I can understand that. But I think I saw in another, because I went eventually, once I had read more of it, I eventually went to write a customer review. It was like one of 2, maybe 3-star reviews. Every other review is like 4 or 5 stars, because everyone, oh, it's great. Yeah, whatever. But one of the very few other not like super glowing reviews, I think that's where I saw this sentiment expressed, which I think perfectly nails the issue I have with it, is that every single article in this book reads basically as if it was written based on someone watching a YouTube long play of the game. You kind of, well, I mean, you'll see. We'll read what it has to say about The Simpsons, but it does not feel generally that the book offers like insight that is uniquely offered by someone who has laboriously investigated and researched and played all these games. You're kind of getting the bullet points. Like, it very rarely talks about specifics of game mechanics or what kind of sets games apart from one another. It doesn't really talk about strategy or tricks or whatever, which, fair. It doesn't, that doesn't have to be what the book sets out to do. Getting a copy of Moby Games. I feel like I'm learning more interesting trivia by reading about a game on Moby Games than I do here, but even then, obviously, that comes down to what you have room to put there. I don't know, but like, this conversation comes up to varying degrees anytime I get this redemption and I bring up this book. But like, I feel like I would want to write a book. Well, I don't know. Would want to is maybe not the right word, but like, there is a book to be written about maybe the history of beat 'em ups, or talking about beat 'em up game design, or any single article. Like that's the thing. Like, the full depth that I would want to learn about each of these games could not reasonably be fit in one book. It would be gargantuan. I understand the logistics of that would not work, but it's a little unfortunate that I, as a connoisseur and fan of this genre, who you would imagine would be the target audience for this kind of book will get this book and feel like I am not learning anything new from this book. Of course, you know, the more into a subject matter someone is, the less like revelation they're gonna have from reading a book on that subject. But at the same time, like, what, you know, for me, it sort of begs the question of who the target audience is, because I feel like the target audience is not someone who actually appreciates the art, because the art's all messed up. But it's definitely not someone who's like super into the genre, because it's like for someone who is into the idea of beat 'em ups, but they only ever played the Turtles games and Castle Crashers or something. I don't know. I realize that I'm not probably representing, like, I'm sure there are people who are like super into beat 'em ups who didn't play, or like who didn't spend their high school years like I did trawling through like the MAME database to find out about weird obscure arcade games that no one heard of, the way I did. But it's still, by attempting to cover such a wide swath of games, it has no room to go into any depth whatsoever. But it comes across like not even attempting, I think. And it's, I don't know, it's unfortunate. I don't know what the solution is. I don't know, with the same word count, how you structure it in a more rewarding way. But I've been rather underwhelmed with it. Like, some of the articles we've read have been kind of unobjectionable, fine. But that's kind of the heights it reaches. Beyond that, I think most of them are like either annoyingly surface level, or like has this kind of uncritical celebratory tone that, like, I don't get too much of a, like, there's not a critical analysis really, which I think would be more interesting probably. But there's also not like a very strong authorial perspective on, you know, this individual's tastes or preferences. There's just like not a lot of analysis of any kind really. But yeah, like I think, KB, I think you're basically correct, and I'm fine with it. I don't like regret buying it or anything. I think it's like sort of a neat kind of thing to have. But yeah, the incorrect formatting of the screenshots vastly devalues its, you know, its worth as that kind of thing. So that's unfortunate. But anyway, like I said, why don't we find out what the game, or what the book has to say about The Simpsons, and see what conclusions we can draw. So I would have to imagine, having not looked it up just yet, that The Simpsons is probably one of the games that's gonna warrant a slightly longer article. Usually it's like either a half page or a full page. Some games get a 2-page spread. Some page gets like a 2-page spread plus another spread of artwork and stuff. The Simpsons is another one of those games, for understandable reasons, that people cite as like one of the best of all time, or like my favorite from childhood or whatever. It has a certain amount of cultural cachet regardless of its kind of worth and influence on a mechanical or game design level. I feel like, I'm well on record as not being a big fan of Konami arcade beat 'em ups. But even the ones that I sort of like, or the ones that I think did well in certain regards, I don't think they're very influential in terms of game design. Like, I don't think there's a lot of, compared to like Capcom at least. Konami put out a bunch of beat 'em ups that were mostly sort of similar, but they didn't really create this sort of template or trend for others to follow. Arguably, maybe you could look at their use of licenses and stuff like that, which companies like Capcom would go on to do as well, but Konami was kind of ahead of the curve, arguably. But as beat 'em up games, I don't think they're super great. Anyway, Simpsons, the page 144. Oh. Yep. Okay. It's okay, a little weird misprint there, but just like a little splotch on the page. But it's got this kind of a fold out Springfield screenshot or whatever. And that's the other thing, like, these kinds of things are sort of neat, but the way these pages fold make the book kind of not sit very comfortably with the, like, the pages when it's closed. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Anyway, let's not put this off any further. The Simpsons, developer Konami, released 1991. Playable formats, arcade, Commodore 64, IBM compatibles. It's kind of peculiar that it, not that it got computer ports, many 80s arcade games did and early 90s ones, but that there would be a C64 version and an IBM version, but no Amiga version or anything else. Anyway. One of the most celebrated licensed games of all time, The Simpsons pulls characters and locations from the TV show and lovingly reworks them into a joyous arcade brawler. The game's core combat mechanic feels quite similar to that of Konami's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade release, but it has enough subtle variation to keep each character feeling fresh. At the end of the day, though, the fighting is incredibly slick, and when combined with gorgeous visuals that feel close to those in the animated show, you have a complete package that still holds up today. The plot is wonderfully silly, starting with a great cutscene that shows Homer accidentally bumping into Smithers, who just happens to be fleeing a crime scene after stealing a priceless diamond. The gem flies into the sky and lands in Maggie's mouth, but because she won't stop sucking it, Smithers and Mr. Burns abduct her to the nuclear power plant. The Simpson family then have to fight through the Springfield streets, Krusty Land, Moe's Tavern, and even the Land of Dreams to get her back. Software aside, Konami's physical arcade cabinet for this one was a sight to behold. The sides were splashed with colorful Simpsons artwork, while the controls offered support for up to 4 players. You can choose to play as any member of the family, starting with Marge, who fights using her vacuum cleaner for some hefty long-range blows. Homer attacks with his bare hands but can find bowling balls to hurl at goons, while Bart bashes enemies with his skateboard and slingshot. Lastly, Lisa is similar to Michelangelo from Ninja Turtles, as she's quick and lets rip with a flurry of quick attacks with her skipping rope. While each family member has a simple command list, the combat still manages to feel hefty, thanks to the animated over-the-top reactions of bad guys when you smash them. Their eyes bulge, they pull funny faces, and they flop about the screen under the might of your attacks. This is all down to Konami's slick animation, which makes every character feel like they were ripped straight from an episode of The Simpsons. There was simply nothing like it in 1991, and the game rode the wave of Simpsons mania to great success, just as the series was becoming a worldwide phenomenon. The game is genuinely funny too, with lots of background gags and weird varied enemies to encounter. You don't have to wait long to see something new, with unique bad guys and cameos from the show coming thick and fast. There's also a lot of incredible sprite scaling effects at play, which makes some enemies stretch and expand before your eyes. Some of the best examples are the giant expanding Krusty Balloon that you have to fight in the Krusty Land amusement park, and the killer bowling ball that tries to crush you in the Dreamland stage. Some of these boss battles feature enemies that take up most of the screen, which just adds to the tension and excitement, especially when playing with 3 other people. The Simpsons is tricky to play now due to licensing issues, but if you're lucky enough to find a cabinet in an old arcade somewhere, you absolutely have to give it a shot. Well, there you have it. Alright, let me catch up with chat. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the double-sized folded. Yeah, they're a little impractical. They're like, there's a novelty to them, but honestly, I could do entirely without them. You nailed it when you said it sounds like someone writing a book report on a YouTube Let's Play. Yeah, I don't think I can quite take credit for that assessment, but yeah, for sure. Like, honestly, I think this is one of the better articles we've written, because I do think that this, while it does not get into the nitty-gritty of any of the mechanics, and I haven't played this game enough or recently enough to have a firm opinion on its mechanics or really any aspect of it. I feel like it's funny, right? Because I always try to have a positive outlook, and I always want to be not celebratory per se, but like I want to, when I play games on stream, when I talk about games, I like to put attention on the things that a game does well and is worth celebrating. I think it's much more valuable and much more interesting to highlight the cool things and why something is enjoyable, or who might find it interesting or enjoyable or what have you, than it is to just shit on things and have this kind of dismissive, negative attitude. But having said that, I think there is a lot of value to critical analysis, both as like a tool to kind of study and learn, but also to put a little bit of weight behind those kind of more positive assessments. I think having this kind of uncritically excitable, you know, hyped up attitude to things can be a little bit hollow. And I think especially for a book like this, I'm struggling to completely put my finger on what it is that irks me a little bit with it. It could be that I'm already kind of predisposed to have a negative opinion on the book for other reasons, that I'm just like going into it completely biased. It could be that I know that this writer does not share my tastes and preferences, which means that I have, again, a sort of inherent bias against the opinions expressed. But I feel like there's just something about, like, I don't know, I feel like there are games... You know what? Actually, I was gonna say, I think there are games where I would really want to gush over, like, how awesome they are. And just in like half a second in my brain, I was just thinking of like, all right, so what if I wrote the article for Final Fight, for example? That's a game I adore. I think it's an absolute masterpiece. It is not only an absolutely foundational game in the beat 'em up genre, it is a foundational action game. It is a foundational arcade game. It's a foundational Capcom game. Like, it is, like, no exaggeration, I feel like it's one of the most influential and important games of all time. And I think it's a game that holds up absolutely beautifully. It's a game that I, like, cannot have a bad time with, basically. So if I were to write the equivalent kind of article, I mean, I would struggle to keep within the word count, that's for sure. But trying to boil it down to what I would want to say about the game, yes, I would basically have a very positive tone, for sure. But I feel like I would want to, at least. I can't say, you know, obviously that I would, but I would want to, I would aim to express something a little bit more specific with that adoration. You know, point to why I think it's great. I feel like some of the articles in this book, they're very surface level in their appraisal of a game's positive qualities. It looks great. It plays very smooth. It's very fun. And it's like, yeah, all right, okay, as like, again, as someone who's not familiar with these games, I can read this and go like, huh, you know what? This guy's really he's really into this Simpsons game. I should probably check it out. Which is like, fair, that's fine. But that's like about the extent of it. But I feel like this, and you know, that comes, half of that I'm sure comes from the fact that it is a longer, like it's a 2-page article. You know, a lot of the games in here only get 1 page, if that. So there is a little bit of a more room. But, you know, he describes all 4 playable characters. He lists some of the levels. He mentions some of the kind of highlights of the visual stuff. And I mean, it's got some screenshots with captions. And there's, you know, where you get a little bit of very light insight. Like it says, the art design replicates the style of the show's early seasons really well, like as a caption for the intro. And it says, flying kicks deal minimal damage, but are great for breaking up packs. So, you know, it's got like some kind of comments on it. But Yeah, I think for everything I might complain about in regards to vagueness or like a lack of specificity, this is still far more specific in its comments than like most other games mentioned in this book. But yeah, at the end of the day, like even when it points out specifics, those are still the kind of specifics you can discern from like taking a few notes, watching a YouTube Let's Play. And it's like, yeah, it's in a book form, but I feel like you could basically take the table of contents of this book and make a YouTube playlist, find a good playthrough for each of the games, put that on a YouTube playlist, and it's going to be more comprehensive than this book. And I think that's a little unfortunate. But there you have it. There's the guidance on the Simpsons beat 'em up game. I hope you learned something. I don't know that I did, but maybe you did. If not about the game, then maybe about the book. Alright, well, with that detour out of the way, why don't we get back to some Bond gaming? What's the difference between this book and a tablet logged in the browser that lets you view these games? Good question. I don't think it's like... There's not a particular amount of impressive insight, so... Yeah, I think one of these years I'm gonna have... I don't even know what it would be exactly, but... I feel like I need to write some kind of book. I've already written several articles on my blog, by the way, for people who may not be familiar. I do have a website. I think this has popped up in chat a few times. I haven't updated it in a while, but I've written a few articles on my blog about particular games, about game design, about beat-em-ups in particular. So if you look at the beat-em-ups tag, I'm sure you can find some several thousand words worth of my opinions on beat-em-ups and thoughts about beat-em-up game design. And yeah, there's so many things, so many types of resources and writings that I personally lament the inexistence of. And if no one else is going to do anything about it, I feel like it should fall on someone's shoulders, and it might as well be mine. But I don't know. I don't necessarily feel that I'm nearly enough of an authority on the subject to properly do it, but I'm happy to do a shitty enough job for someone else to go, well, let me do a proper job of it and sort of take the reins from there. But I don't know, whatever I would have hoped the game or this book, well, I keep saying game, I meant book. I'm not used to talking about books, I guess. Whatever I would have hoped this book to have been, whether or not I expected it to be, it wasn't. I don't even know exactly what I would want it to be or hope it to be. I wouldn't know exactly how to structure my very various thoughts on the subject into any kind of cohesive narrative, but you know, there's another challenge. Speaking of, you know, my thoughts on making point-and-click adventure games, creative writing, as in writing fiction and writing, you know, a story and a world like that, doesn't appeal to me because I feel like I'm not good at it. Doesn't necessarily interest me that much. But non-fiction writing is a different story. 10 minutes of gameplay for every hour of dialogue. I mean, I'm still catching up. I barely streamed for the month of February, so I'm still getting back into the swing of things. What's up, Mini Roach? Greetings, greetings. Books of boring gameplay. You enjoy reading and turning pages, they're okay. Well, I mean, I like to say that games, like, a game can be good for any reason, or enjoyable at least, like depending on how stuck up you are about definitions and subjectivity and universal scales of goodness and badness. Some people say that graphics don't matter, it's all about gameplay. Some people clearly think that graphics are really important. For me, I couldn't stack any of those things. Like if I were to, you know, gun to my head, try to come up with what is the one thing that kind of dictates whether a game is good or not, or if I enjoy it or not, or like what do I find most important, the most vital aspect of assessing a game's quality, or how much I like it, it would come down to something vague like atmosphere or vibes. Because like a game can play like shit and be bad, but just have something, a certain je ne sais quoi that just makes it awesome. I often say that a game can be sick even if it's bad. Like a game being incredibly sick doesn't say anything about whether it's a good game or not. It can just be sick, you know? And a game can be perfectly adequate and competent while being entirely bland and uninteresting. Some games transcend their general level of quality by having some aspect of them, whether it's artwork or music or writing or mechanics, that is awesome. And I think the same is true for books. The prose can be questionable, but if it's got, you know, as nonfiction books go, if it's got interesting facts that can carry it, you know, fictional works can have, you know, well-written prose. It can have a compelling narrative, a compelling story or plot line. Just a comfy feeling, you know, paper. I don't know. Same goes for streams? I suppose so. Thank you for the follow, Miniroach. I've seen good historians, but not sure I've seen many people as good at analytical breakdown of mechanics as you are. Well, thank you, Garbage. I greatly appreciate that. I don't always feel confident that I know what I'm talking about, but I'm just, you know, I call it as I see it. But I'm very, you know, I obviously, self-evidently, I definitely am into, like, analysis. I can't kind of help myself attempting to kind of break things down. Like, I think it's interesting to... Just verbalizing my thoughts, for me, helps me reach a better understanding of why I feel the way I do about certain things, and I think that's valuable. I think that's... I feel like I can gain a higher level of appreciation for something as I gain a higher level of understanding of why I appreciate it in the first place. Anyway, guys, I'm trying to get back to the game, okay? Let's get back to Bond business. We are back to the stealth affair. Let's restart the timer. And try to figure out what we can do here. So I did save before we went on break, so we got all the time in the world to explore some things here. What I want to do first of all is see... Okay, I have a case in my inventory, I just realized. I wonder if that... Is that a CD case for the compact disc? Let's figure that out. Nothing interesting. This drives me nuts with this game. You can never get, like, even a basic description of things, because it just says, nah, I got nothing to say. Yeah, I haven't noticed anything special about this handcrafted Q Gadget Super Virus CD that'll take down the computer brain for the stealth bomber. Nothing special. Nothing noteworthy. Nothing worth mentioning beyond the fact that it's a compact disc. Winch control. Nothing to say about it. Dude's got nothing to say about anything. Alright, let's try to operate our cigarette case. Whoops. You have to right-click in this menu to bring up the inventory. The interface in this is a little bit... It's elegant in the sense that it doesn't... Like, you don't have a giant honking screen covering thing, so you get, like, the full screen artwork. That's really cool. But the fact that, like, you right-click to bring up the menu, and you can open up the inventory, but once you've opened the inventory, you cannot do anything with it. To actually look at or do something with something in the inventory, you have to, like, right-click the other verbs. I don't know. And a good 30 to 70% of every time I want to do something, I, like, misclick. Because it's, like, a little unintuitive. Yeah, this Bond is very indifferent. Let's operate the cigarette case. You open it. Alright, so probably I have... Yep, there we go. Okay. This cigarette has a blue ring around. This cigarette has a gold ring around it. Also has a gold ring. And this is a red ring around it. All right. So we need to consult our manual to determine which of these cigarettes is what here. So why don't we do that right away? Let's see. I should be able to... I didn't prepare for this exactly, but I believe we should be able to do this. There we go. Let me just get some interaction going here. I can control this and we can zoom in a little bit. So this is the Operation Stealth, the European version manual. So this is, you know, the original game's hero is John Glame. So I keep waving my cursor around here. You can't see it on stream, so I'll try to remember that I can't do that. Yeah, there he is, John Stealth. So we see here we got some technical specifications of the stealth fighter. I think there might be later on, I think there's some more details on how you operate it, I think. But anyway, yeah, we got the watch cable. I like this. We get a little lore about the agent escaping agents in Hong Kong by using the wire to cross 2 rooftops. The cutting pen. So here, yeah, we got the acid and how many drops we may need for different types of metal. So we might need to use this to escape our cage, is my guess, maybe. We got the recording razor, which again has like this long step-by-step instruction for inserting the cassette and doing everything and how to record it, the indicator light color and everything. And then it's like in the game, oh yeah, you find it, you plug it into the wall, and you listen to it. Okay, the cigarette case. This cigarette case contains 2 types of cigarettes. Okay, right away, it's like wrong. That's the other thing. The details just don't match the game. Because we already, well, I guess we don't technically know if there's 3 types of cigarettes, but there's 3 types of colors, 3 colored rings around the cigarettes. So that's a little peculiar, but let's read on. A, rocket launching cigarettes, and B, fingerprint revealing cigarettes. Rocket launching cigarettes. This cigarette contains a rocket near the filter. The rocket is linked to a heat sensor at the end of the cigarette by a minute thread. When the cigarette is lit, the thread burns and launches the rocket. All right, so that's an issue because I don't think we have a lighter. So maybe the cigarette's not the solution here. I'm not quite sure on how that would work out, but maybe we'll see. We'll see. Characteristics of the rocket: length 3 cm, range 25 meters, hit rate. All right, so within 5 to 10 meters, we've got a 95 to 100% hit rate, which I guess, you know, that's that looks to be within 5 to 10 meters. I think they mean that there's 2 types of gadget cigarettes among the regular ones. That could be what they mean, but who knows? Could use the Felix lighter. I guess we get Bond and we get Q. No more actual Bond characters, but maybe we get a Philip lighter. Who knows? Fingerprint revealing cigarettes. The cigarette contains an ultra-sensitive microfilm made of whatever that is. CrO2. With this microfilm, you can photograph any fingerprint. All you have to do is place the microfilm on the spot where you have found the fingerprint. The computerized database research unit can then identify the owner of the fingerprint you have photographed. Seems a little unclear how this information is going to be reported to the user, but that's fine. We'll figure that out if and when that's relevant. I guess we might as well catch up a little bit on the plot because I was very hazy on the details. We got the two suspects for the. I mean, I feel like we know more now than the briefing in the manual, but just for some context. Suspect number 1 is General Manigua. He was democratically elected by the Paraguayan people. Okay, yeah. I was like, wait, is this set in Paraguay? Like, well, it's Santa Paragua. I was wondering if, like, is this a difference in the original version? But whatever. They're the Paraguayan people, I suppose. 3 years ago. At the time, he was adored by his fellow countrymen. He had thwarted a military junta, whatever. I don't know how you say that in English. That threatened to seize power. General Manigua was not known then as general, but as President Manigua. He had never been a military man, but had studied sociology at Harvard. Unfortunately, he has changed a lot since he came to power, but we do not know the reasons why. This is kind of what I was hinting at before. Like, we know from the resistance rebel group people that they're suspecting some kind of, like, something weird's going on. Like, he's been brainwashed by Spider or something, I suppose is what's going on there. Or is the game where James Bond teams up with Joe Camel? There's quite a few Bond games, not many Joe Camel games. Not a lot of tobacco or other drug sponsored licensed games. Probably something out there, but not a lot. A year ago, he assumed the title of general and dissolved the People's Assembly, making himself dictator. The country is now in a state of siege. Even his own family no longer recognize the good President Manigua. Freedom of speech has disappeared in Santa Paragua. No one dare voice any opposition. General Manigua has surrounded himself with a terrifying secret police force, which is ruthlessly efficient in its repression of political opponents. Or like, the secret police force has surrounded him, it seems like, but that's fine. It is under these circumstances that a resistance group called Libertad has been formed. This group struggles in secret against the dictatorship. According to them, Manigua is only the puppet of an international crime syndicate. However, opinions are divided in the group. Other members believe that Manigua rules the country with a rod of iron by himself. Is that a thing? You control someone with something with a rod of iron? Maybe it's a French expression. Since General Manigua plunged the country into a dictatorship, we have ceased to support him. We are now supporting Libertad with arms to fight Manigua's secret police, making us Manigua's enemy number 1. For without our arms supplies, the local resistance would be incapable of fighting. We're sending you to Santa Paragua immediately because Agent DSC-2, who has been on a mission there for the last 6 months, has sent this worrying telex. Important information about the stealth affair. Stop. I need urgent help. Stop. It is therefore probable that Manigua is implicated, either directly or indirectly, in the theft of our stealth. We do not know, however, if he planned the whole affair or whether he was collaborating with a foreign power. I know it's not an expression in English. That's why I'm guessing it's a French expression. That's the only explanation I have. Yeah, so DSC is like the letter combination, like that's like the equivalent to the 00 agent. So in the other manual, it'll say 002 or 003 or whatever. Oh, sorry, I misread what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I wasn't familiar with it. A rod of iron. Yeah, it seems strange. It's a biblical thing. I see. Okay. There we go. Yeah, see, like iron rod, like that, just phonetically, I guess. Maybe that's what's tripping me up. Like, ruling the country with a rod of iron. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Sounds, but it makes sense, I guess, that it's a very old-fashioned expression, because it doesn't sound like very contemporary speech. But I mean, hey, that's I guess that means they maybe they did get someone, a native English speaker, to actually write this. They just couldn't find one who knew anything about the game, because anything describing like game mechanic stuff or like gadgets that you're using is like, doesn't match the game at all. But the actual writing, I guess, is fine. I see. Well, thank you for the education there. I stand corrected. Yeah, so it's kind of cool here. They're hinting at like the general being controlled by the secret criminal society of Spider. Making you think of Ivan Iron Man Stewart? Ivan Rod of Iron Stewart? Rod of Ivan? Suspect number 2, the USSR, the KGB. Over the last few years, our relations with the Soviet Union have improved considerably. We have jointly signed several treaties in such areas as disarmament and trade. The present leaders of the Soviet Union seem to be looking for dialogue. However, in the heart of the Supreme Soviet, there are extremist elements who advocate the destruction of capitalism and war with the United States. We also know that Soviet scientists have been working for the last 2 years on an aviation project similar to stealth. The man in charge of the project, Professor Lukasiewicz, fled the USSR and sought asylum in West Germany. Since he left, the project has been frozen. It could be that the Soviets, unsettled by our progress on the stealth project, have stolen our technological jewel to copy it. Did they act in collaboration with General Manigua? We have no clues. So I think this is actually really cool. Like, I like how this sort of sets the tone for uncertain elements of like, well, it's a mystery. We don't know. We have to investigate. And none of this, like, it creates a little bit of context for what's in the game. Like, it's sort of, it's cool but frustrating, because I feel like this exact kind of flavor and texture and kind of world building is what is completely missing in the game itself. Of course, like, the plot is relevant to what's described here, or vice versa, but and I'm not, like, beyond the fact that, like, you know, back in the day you were kind of expected to read the manual and it's going to fill in some blanks and it's going to help explain mechanics and etc, etc. You know, it was very common for games to especially like PC games to have come with a lot of documentation and materials and stuff to kind of help flesh out the experience. So that's all well and good. And I don't think, I have no opinions on the writing in the manual and wishing that was any different or whatever, except I guess the gadgets being described accurately would have been nice. But it highlights how much this element is lacking in the game itself. We could have had a more lengthy briefing in the intro. We could have had, more importantly, Bond and other characters reflect on the state of things. Like Libertad, the resistance group. We see some of the members, we interact with them, but we're barely introduced to them, and I don't think the group is like mentioned by name. There's a lot of stuff like that that could be more fleshed out. Anyway, so we know there are 2 types of cigarettes. We know that the rocket one needs to be lit. I guess the fingerprint one we just need to hold up. The manual does not explain which color cigarette is which, so we just have to guess, I suppose. It's, yeah, like, I feel like every single gadget well, I suppose the false attaché case and the passport forger, they're actually explained and described accurately. But everything else is like not quite described correctly relative to what actually happens in the game. If I lose my face when trying to take a fingerprint, it was the wrong cigarette. Yeah. I mean, there's going to be some trial and error, that's for sure. So I've had the watch and, well, I've had a watch and a pen the entire game. Nothing has hinted towards them having any kind of gadgetry. And sure, some of that may be kind of copy protection-esque elements where, like, they want you to have the manual to learn those things. So they want to be, you know, they want it to be trickier for people who don't have the manual. But it's like, this is a fountain pen. When we saw the graphic for the pen in the suitcase when we picked it up, it did not look like a fountain pen. If you try to operate the watch, he like, oh no, it's you know, it's set correctly. I don't need to change anything. So it's like either there are no gadgets or they're like very deliberately obfuscated until the moment when we need them, I guess. So we'll see. We do not have an elastic band, so maybe we're screwed with that. I don't know, but I don't know that would have helped us here. Let's see if we can examine the cage. It's nothing to do with Tweety unless it can sing us a song. Okay. Found this game so hard. Yeah, a friend of mine had this actually when we were kids, and we played, like, he had a lot of Sierra games, and we played a bunch of point-and-click adventure games together, and I don't remember beating almost a single one, but we had fun, you know. It's all, you know, especially playing like Amiga games and stuff. People nowadays, I feel like, don't understand or can't relate to the very real, like, childhood experience, especially if you had a C64 or Amiga or something with like boxes upon boxes of floppies. Like, beating a game was not a basic assumption. You played a game, you fucked around with it, and then you swapped to something else. Like, you didn't necessarily stick with a game until you beat it. That's like, you know, that might have happened, but it might not. In fact, in a lot of cases, did not. But this game stood out in my memory as seeming incredibly difficult. Like, I know that maybe my friend who had it played it more, but as far as us playing it together, we made it like out of the airport, because I remember seeing the city, like, coming to the downtown area for the first time, and that's like 15 minutes into the game. You basically have to solve the passport puzzle. And even then, you can brute force that puzzle. And if you get that far, you can like walk out to the taxi and get driven there. You will have missed some important things if that's all you do. But that's about as far, like, that's how little you have to do to get to that point, which is as far as I remember seeing of the game as a child. So I've been kind of surprised playing this, like how, I don't want to use the word easily, but how little of a struggle it's been relatively to what I was expecting. Well, MTI, yeah, we took a break, and then we read some beat 'em up book, and then we talked about beat 'em ups for half an hour. These things happen. Not sure I ever finished a C64 or ZX game. I mean, yeah, right? Like, most of them were kind of, like, they didn't necessarily feel like they were designed to be finished even. Like, a lot of Amiga games are, like, absurdly difficult. And, you know, I think it was more the case there, but yeah, like, even I had a Mega Drive growing up. Like, yeah, I beat some games, but the hard games were, like, not something I didn't at least have the patience necessarily to, like, stick with them until I eventually beat them. It's like, yeah, I'll have a go at it. I'll play until I game over, and I can find the game enjoyable whether or not I complete it. So it's interesting, like, how, especially in the context of, like, streamers who play through entire console libraries or whatever, like, they can get really hung up on getting stuck on a game, and it's like, this game was cool, but I kind of hate it because the last 30% of it are, like, ridiculous bullshit, which I think is totally fair if you're looking at it as, like, how enjoyable is this to complete. But I think, you know, a game being enjoyable to complete and a game being enjoyable to play can be two vastly different things. And I think as long as it's enjoyable, as long as you can get enjoyment out of it, it doesn't bother me if it's not enjoyable to complete. I mean, it can be a little disappointing if you wanted to complete it and it's not fun anymore, but still, yeah. Anyway, where were we? Did we operate the cage? Don't wriggle too much. It seems the cords are giving signs of wearing down. Then, can we keep doing that? Operate door. You try to open it in vain. It seems that your charming hosts also blocked the lock. There's an actual door. You think it must be locked. Okay, see, that's important data we're gathering here. Wall, you find nothing. A trap like any other. All right, so maybe we're supposed to shoot our watch cable to the wall or something. This door seems to be the only way out. I'm just, like, trying to ascertain what hotspots exist. Tub is a good word for this. You're not dreaming. Those little guys are ferocious piranhas, and they have the most insidious little grins on their faces. Like the most flavorful text we've seen in a while here. Wait, grill. Oh, that's what I was looking at. I wasn't even looking at the wall. Okay, so the grill is a unique thing. doesn't necessarily mean something, because some scenes have had like 8 hotspots, none of them do anything. But I think like the puzzle here is probably trying to identify even like what you can interact with. So that's could be a hint, even if he has nothing to say about it. But it was also, of course, like as far as beating games, especially if you had like just a big bag full of Commodore tapes, or if you were lucky enough to have a floppy drive, you know, you would get games by the dozen. So the level of investment in each one was usually not all that high. Like the investment was usually like sitting through the load times, and once you booted it up, you mess around with it for like as long as you feel like you're having fun with it. But that usually means playing it a few times, and then you're like, all right, what else we got? Like, I feel like I could spend like a summer vacation hanging out with a friend with a Commodore or an Amiga or something. We could just like, yeah, we would probably find some favorites that we'd come back to, but we'd also like every time feel like we will discover something new, like channel surfing, right? It's like not that different from like booting up an emulator nowadays and just kind of checking things out. Although, of course, for console games, that wasn't usually the experience because you didn't have a bag full of pirated games like you would on a computer. But yeah, I think like for people who didn't grow up with that like computer experience, it's a little bit of a foreign concept, perhaps. Anyway, let's see if we can operate. Oh, right. Any of these cigarettes. So I think it was blue, gold, red, or something like that. You empty the tobacco from the cigarette. Only a cigarette paper remains. Okay, so the blue, I guess, was a regular cigarette. This leaf was once a cigarette. So we have... Okay. So we just got rid of the tobacco, I guess, but we have a cigarette paper. That's interesting. The fact that we can do that would seem to imply that we should do that at some point or another. Yeah, the Q did not do a very good job of describing these gadgets, I feel like. So gold ring. This should also be gold, right? Yeah. And this should be the red one. Yeah. Okay. So if you operate one of the gold cigarettes, you empty the tobacco from the cigarette. Only a cigarette paper remains. Okay. A little confused. Okay, the other gold cigarette. Only a cigarette paper remains. Surely one of these should have a rocket inside, right? You squeeze the cigarette and it explodes. That was an act that proved fatal. Next time, read the instructions. I mean, I'm not upset about taking a death here. That's whatever. We're in an exploratory phase where taking deaths are to be expected. But I get a fucking case of cigarettes that are color-coded. I get a manual that tells me about 2 types of gadget cigarettes. It tells me nothing about color coding. One of the 2 gadget types appear to not exist. Well, I don't know. Maybe the fingerprint cigarette is so oh, holy shit! I died twice. Okay, this is pretty sick. There's unique artwork, but also I guess the game kept happening in the background, so I was still being lowered into the pit during the other death screen. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, but unique death artwork, that's a first. So we're gonna have to oh, I guess I can do that. I was gonna say we have to load our save game to get this unobstructed, but we can see it like this at least. Yeah, the game having the gall to make fun of me for not reading the instructions. Like, dude, I've been spending the last 4 to 5 minutes trying to fucking make sense of the instructions. I'm reading them too hard. But yeah, like, how was reading the instruction, like, the only thing I could glean from the instructions was one of these cigarettes probably has a rocket in them, which I guess means that oh, don't squeeze the one with the red around it or it will trigger the rocket. It will not propel the rocket. It will not actually launch it. It will just detonate the rocket. Like, why would... How does that even work? Like... I don't even... Whatever. I'm just intrigued that it is apparently... Well, I guess we can't launch the rocket, but we can do something with the rocket without lighting the... Like, the manual says, light the cigarettes to shoot a rocket. The game says, here's 3 kinds of cigarettes. One of them is red, and if you operate it, it explodes. Yeah, the manual lets you know you have gadgets, but the instructions are mostly flavor and lies. That is accurate. Okay, so here's to see what it like. Yeah. Absolutely not. It will be a waste of my valuable time. Which, again, this is one of those perfect examples of the confusing narration. Is this Bond saying this? Or does the narrator feel like it's a waste of his time for Bond to operate this winch control? Which, by the way, I understand that I can't do it, but for it to say, like, no, you should not try... Like, this is an awful message to have in a game like this, because I feel like, okay, you want to guide the player into, like, making, like, doing things that are productive, and sure, if something is absolutely not going to be helpful, it's good for the game to communicate that. But it does so in a strangely abrasive way that, like, discourages trying things, I feel like. In addition to being tonally weird and also ambiguous as to who's even saying this. There's, like, a lot of weird shit going on like that. So obviously I'm not... Okay, that's interesting. Obviously I'm not expecting to be able to operate the winch control from over here, but I'm curious to say, like, to see if the game would say something about it being a good idea, or, oh, I can't, like... So the fact that I can, you know, I try to operate the grill and literally nothing happens suggests to me that it can be done, but not from where I'm at right now. So interestingly, like, the lack of a message is almost more of an indicator than actually getting a message. I'll think a little bit. We might as well just be lowered into the tub and see what that looks like. Probably it's just going to fade to black as soon as he gets close, and we'll see the piranha artwork, but I need to hydrate anyway, so let's just see what that looks like. Of course, now it feels like it's excruciatingly slow, but... Remote control. So this is time well spent. We're finding all these hot spots. I'm sure there's no animation here, but... Oh, that's kind of cool. That's actually unique art there. Little bubbly surface. Oh yeah, this this is still there. The interface is a little buggy. It is sad that your adventure ends here. But this guy's pretty happy. Anyway, let's restore this again. Okay, so let's see if can we do anything with our watch? Click the wrong button. Nothing's happening. I can't operate the watch, which is not the same message that I would get previously. What if we operate the pen? Nothing's happening. We're gonna examine the pen. Nothing special. Can we examine the watch? I haven't noticed anything special. Bond is not very observant, is he? He has never noticed anything special in his life. What if we use the pen on the door? We use the pen on the cage. It's like you did nothing. That's another awful message. Like, what does that even mean? Did I do nothing? Did I do the thing, but it had no effect? It's as if I did nothing. It bears a resemblance to having done nothing. It creates this uncertainty, which I hate. This weird anxiety of like, wait, what's going on? If you have anything else like this, go ahead and finish it. What the fuck does that mean? More action and less talk. Maybe someone was on the other side. It's just another day for him. He's unimpressed with my inability to solve this immediately. All he will give is pithy, passive-aggressive responses. Yeah, it sure feels that way. I'm not even sure if it's the narrator or Bond who's disappointed in me. Probably both. And sometimes it seems like the two of them are bickering with each other. It's the tone in this game is strange. Did I examine the door? Wait, lock! The lock is a thing. It's no fun without a safe to crack. Do I have a little... They took my little box! I had it in my inventory previously, right? What about using the pen on lock? You manage to get several drops worth of acid into the lock and it starts to melt. This should barely make sense after having read the manual. Can you imagine trying to piece this together if you didn't have the manual? Dude, how many... Like, I feel like it was pure luck that I was even able to figure out or notice that the lock had its own hotspot. The game goes, or the manual goes to great length. Sorry? There we go. OBS bugging out a little bit. The manual goes to extreme length of like explaining not just the properties of the acid and how many drops we need and the fact that we're going to suffocate and die if we use too many, but all about the like the operation of opening the pen and swiveling this and do like it's cool. They make it like it's I don't know. I'm at a loss for words because the other gadgets like the safe cracking thing is actually mechanically a little bit more complex. For the most part, the game's actually like it's so backwards because the manual isn't used to like actually let us know how to use the gadgets. It's not like, you know, we need the briefing on how to use this because it's kind of complex and you can kind of do all kinds of cool shit with it. No, you literally like use solution on problem and done, but you wouldn't know that it's a solution. You wouldn't even think of it without having the manual to tell you that it is in fact a top secret spy gadget. But it's so like unsatisfying to read about the manual or read about the gadgets in the manual and like wonder, like I've been spending this entire game basically wondering like, oh man, it's going to be so tricky to have to determine which metal something is so that I know how many drops of acid to use. And like I mentioned mere minutes ago how I wasn't even sure if this is the pen gadget because there is no indication that not only that this is a gadget, there's no indication that this is even a fountain pen. It sure didn't look like one when we saw it visually when we picked it up. It's like so upsetting that a cool moment like this is so unsatisfying because you spend the entire game being like confused and anxious about like, is this even that thing? Like, is this gonna work? I feel like a normal civilized game would give you a cool fucking description of how sick of a gadget this is, so you build up this excitement about like getting to use it. But instead you spend the entire game being confused and wondering like, is this really the gadget? Is this just a pen? I don't know. I think it might just be a pen. It's got literally nothing to say about it. And then when we need it, like we do need it, and it I guess works. Who knows? Maybe we suffocate 5 seconds after this. But it's befuddling, and this is exactly what I mean when I said before that this game is somehow more frustrating when you actually make progress and achieve a solution than when you get stuck. Because when you solve something, it's like it's almost never actually very satisfying. You just like you start picturing other versions of this game in your head where they did a much better job of establishing what needs to be done and how it's supposed to work, and like, and in this case, like kind of building an actual excitement to use the gadgets. Here you just like you paint the scenario in your head of how cool it's going to be, and then it's like, oh, okay, that was okay, it was just that. And it's like, yeah, it doesn't match the description set up, and yeah, the manual basically lies to us. Yeah, Live and Let Die was, that was something else. It paints this like elaborate picture of like training missions and like all these like, and then you have to travel all around the world, like 5 different levels, and it's like, nope, it's got 1 level. Weird. Anyway, you manage to get several drops worth of acid into the lock and it starts to melt. Bravo! You just made a step towards freedom, but no more, or else you step into piranhas. Okay. So we got the door open. And it looks like his head is poking through the door, at least. We're stepping out through the door, but we're still in the cage. Okay. So presumably we can't just like jump to the ledge there. We probably need to use our watch cable or something to reach the controls or the grill or something. So let's use it. It was using the watch on the grill that gave us like no response, or was it operating the grill? Yeah. I mean, using the pen correctly just like let us do the thing. So even though we've got like reasonably explicit feedback that using the like operating the watch on stuff isn't like a thing to do, the way this game seems to work is like stuff like that is not a thing to do until the very specific instance where it is, and then it'll work. Which makes like the game just doesn't do a good job of incentivizing like creative problem solving. Because you can never like get closer. It's like either you have the correct solution or there's nothing. I feel like good games like this can inch you towards it one way or the other through dialogue or through item descriptions or through the game sort of suggesting that you're kind of on the right track. But here it's like you can do the literal exact thing you're meant to do, but you didn't make a strange unintuitive choice of verbs. So the game's just going to say, oh, that's dumb, don't waste your time. When in reality, like, you're doing exactly the right thing. Or you're trying to use a gadget and the game will not even... the game is like fucking gaslighting you into thinking it's not a gadget. That's what it's doing. It's like not acknowledging that these gadgets are gadgets. So you're like, instead of building excitement and anticipation of getting to use cool gadgets, you start questioning whether they even are gadgets. It kind of sucks, you know? So what if we, all right, operating the cage. Can we actually do that? Can we keep operating the cage? I mean, probably not. It's probably just that message. But it would be funny. Well, whatever. Just like, yeah, if only we had a Felix gas lighter to light our cigarettes. Well, we'll try to use the watch on whatever. Maybe we can we drop something or do something in the water to kill the piranhas? Actually, maybe I can aim the cigarette and squeeze it, or maybe maybe the game will just like, oh, you pull out your lighter and light the cigarette. Like, who knows, right? So let's try to operate the cigarette case. Place the door. Yeah. Nothing to say about it, aka James. Because I tried to operate the cigarettes, right? And that didn't either. Well, I shouldn't say that it didn't do anything. We disassembled a couple of cigarettes and then we exploded one. But if we operate the cigarette on, or no, shit. See, I get the words confused. If I use the cigarette on something else, maybe we can do it. Yes, we exploded the cigarette and it took Bond with it. But let's try using It should be this cigarette on that. It's like I did nothing. Presumably, we would need to do something with the winch control because, like, opening up the door, either that or like kill the piranhas or something, because opening the door isn't going to help us. Yeah, the first click like did nothing. That was confusing. Doesn't seem very productive, but I might as well try it on everything in the room. Okay. Try to click around to walk. Not helping. Maybe I can drop some acid into the water? It's like I did nothing. Nothing to say about it. Can I operate this? No result. No need to take the cage. All right. Oh wait, can I operate the CD case? Absolutely not. It would be a waste of my valuable time. All right. Double check there's no other hotspot here. Okay, so I don't think we're going to be flinging any acid from the pen further away. We tried to use... Well, we're obviously going to die in 5 seconds anyway. So operating this should explode us, right? I don't know if we can... put some electric cables into the wire to fry the process. Well, since we're going to be... I have like a few clicks of time left here. So we're basically done for. Let me just try to operate the red cigarette after I open the cage. Right. Squeeze it and it explodes. Next time, read the instructions. Right. I didn't expect that to do anything for us, but I just wanted to rule out the possibility of that being a thing you need to do. So we can use the pen on the lock. And I was just about to say, I think I tried using the thing on the grill, the pen or the watch wire, but not the wall. A tiny climbing iron jumps out of the watch and plants itself in the wall. Not sure how much of this is English, but I think we're getting the gist of it. All right, so can I shoot it across to the other side? Kind of cool the way it's like actually, the way it's kind of like animated to follow him around. Because it seemed conspicuous to me that these walls were interactable. Yeah, tiny climbing iron jumps out of the watch and plants itself into the wall. Oh, well done. A steel wire is now secured between the two walls. Okay. That was pretty good. I don't know really what happened there, but did I... Okay. It even looked like there was like pixels of rope between his hands that like followed him all the way down. It like looked a little glitchy. I kind of feel like I want to try that again. It's like, did I need to click something in a different way or faster, or like was it because the cage kept moving? I don't like, that was strange. That was really weird. But like, yeah, the way that the wire sort of follows you down, and then when you connect both of them, it like straighten out, and he like follows up with it. You're ready to shimmy left and right, but then he just like fell off of it. That was a little confusing. Actually, you know what? Let me try something. What happens if you try to use the watch on the wall right off? Because I'm curious if you get any feedback. It's the exact same thing as when I try to operate the grill. No feedback. Because it's like trying to play an event or an animation or something, but it's like prevented from doing so. And there's no like fallback for communicating something that doesn't, like that you should be doing, just not right now. Another sign of adventure game design excellence. All right, let's use the pen on the lock. I wonder if... Nothing to say about the wall. All right. Page. Can I like attach something to the cage? Nope, that won't do anything. I'm like fine with taking my time here because I'm curious if like if I have to like bounce up higher, like, you know, from further down here when this climbing wire sort of I was gonna say stretches. It's the opposite. When it bounces back, I guess. Like, will that change? Will I still fall down? I don't know, but at least, you know, I'm willing to try that again, just as I did, to see what's going to happen. And we have plenty of time until we're further down here, so I may as well explore some other opportunity, or, you know, some possibilities here while we have the opportunity. So let's try to use the watch on other stuff when we're attached. It contracts or snaps back. Yeah, whatever it's doing exactly. But yeah. Because I don't think we can use it on the grill. Yeah, that won't do anything, it says. Operating the grill. Right. Yeah, maybe it's a timing thing or something, but like if we have to travel a little bit further on screen, it might be a little easier to react or understand what's happening, because it was a little confusing. But just if we need to do bungee cord, we need to kind of try different things, or try a different timing or something, we can just have a save right here. Let's try it again. Well done. A steel wire is now secured between the two walls. Or it was just a glitch. See, that's kind of what I was thinking could have been a thing. Animation's so fucking good. So now we can probably operate the grill, right? Oh, maybe over here. Another maze. All right. Oh, the music though. Mechanic. Oh, there's a wrench up there. Fuck. Okay, we have to get to it from the right. I'm assuming that's the key. Talking about the horrible mazes, and there were worse to come. At least these giant mutant sewer rats seem a little less... this is probably a dead end, right? It's gonna like, oh, you can go all the way over there, and no, you cannot. Well, let's see how close we can get. See? I knew it. I fucking knew it. Like, oh, yeah, nope, not that either. Maybe here? Like, they're not even really close here, so the enemies seem fine compared to the other. But now I know better than to expect that the maze is going to end. Alright, so... like anytime soon. All right. Okay, once they get a whip of you, I guess they get a little bit more aggressive, but oh, this is probably not it either, right? Yeah. Oh, you have to go to the bottom all the way around. Okay. I'm just kind of studying the map. Fucking stupid. All right. Actually, let's get caught just to see what it looks like. What the fuck? Fucking giant space alien spider beast? Before you even have time to think, you find yourself surrounded by rats of unknown size, which makes Dr. Y very happy. This is the end of your adventure. Like, what on earth? Like, all of a sudden the game starts introducing this insane like death artworks. So I'm loading this. Oh, I didn't even get to. Okay. Never mind. I got confused over which was which here. So let's restore the first save. So I guess I will have to make it past more of these enemies, or whatever you'd call them. So I'm gonna save here. So I basically need to get to the very bottom. I don't know how far right I need to get to the bottom, but probably pretty far. I might need to go here, but yeah, it kind of looks like they're on kind of a set patrol route, and I'm not getting past it unless I can. So it's probably a good idea to save here. Like the first maze in the villain lair was all about doing exactly this. Okay, this is probably real bad. Yeah, see, they also... the collision is so messed up. Wow, they're like stacking on top of each other. Right, so this doesn't even connect. Oh, it's gonna... okay, but I think I have to go down there. Like down this sort of diagonal path to the bottom right and go all the way around here. Dude, I did not press right. Or click. I didn't mouse right. So let's just check. Going up here is not going to help me, right? Well, maybe I sort of successfully pulled him away. No, that's a different rat. Oh. I brought up the menu while the screen was black, which doesn't really work. Just check. Yeah, so that's the guy from down there. But there's a second guy coming up there. He's chasing me up here now. Okay. But I don't think there's any other... oh, okay. No, there's something here. Ah! I should be able to at least lock one rat away there. But yeah, not being able to see. What's going on? I mean, thank fuck you can at least see where they are. Otherwise, it would be pretty horrible. I just want to see, because these are all like singular tracks here. This doesn't even, yeah, this doesn't go all the way around. Controls are so finicky. Oh no, it does wrap around here. Okay. Quality gaming entertainment. Yeah, for you guys, maybe. Guy on the bottom left is a problem. Ah. Okay, there's the opening. Okay, we might have done it. So stupid. But I'm sure there's going to be another one after this. Of course. Of course. This is like my the tension is ratcheting up too, because what if we need an elastic band and we have to redo not just the previous awful mazes, but the jet ski section, and then this again? I hope that's not the case. All right. I hope this doesn't like scroll or anything. Yeah, this is like horribly out of the way, so that might mean that we're on the right track. All these like extremely lengthy single tile hallways. Oh, yeah, look like, oh, we can see other than the kind of neighboring tunnels. It's like all single tile tunnels. I'm just going the other way. There's a little bit of hope that, you know, the first set of mazes, the second one was actually notably quicker to finish than the first one. Even though it's like the map was larger and it seemed more difficult. It was actually like I did it much faster. I'm just clinging on to whatever hope I can find. All right, but it looks like we're kind of accessing this part of the... Oh, I didn't... Good thing I just saved. I was trying to go through here. Hell. Still, I do maintain that the rats seem a little... okay, I probably should have gone... Oh? Huh? Maybe I'm on the right track here. I'm so spooked though that I feel like I'm not even gonna find my way back without saving here. The other... Oh, I fucked up. Problem is, of course, that now I'm not even really sure where I am here, but that's fine. I took the wrong turn here. Oh, whoop. Huh. So don't go left there. Guess it's easier to go here. No, come back here. Okay. Well, let's see where we're this. It's gonna be confusing to keep track of which is which here, but all right. Probably I have to go the long way back around because no way the game would let me get out of anything this easily. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have to go back to basically that first long-winded dead end from the beginning. Anything else would be suspiciously easy. Did this possibly lead there? I don't recall. I think this might actually be the way back to that section, possibly. Oh dear lord, yeah. Saving and loading. Did we just do it? I think we just did it. Is there a third maze though? Oh, thank God. Okay. Napkin? Is this a napkin? It's a pretty big napkin. Soldier. Pretty cool with the mirror. Sink. Trash can. Army boots. Clothes. Okay, we need to disguise ourselves. Okay, nothing happened. Nothing interesting. I haven't noticed anything special about anything in his life. Your discreet entrance was perfect. The soldier attacks. Something isn't quite adding up here. Laces, oh boy, look at those knots. Soldier cries out, help! A spy is among us! Am I wearing some kind of goggles here? Bravo, you've won a free fishing excursion. I missed the message there, but that's fine. Okay, back to this. No context, but that's fine. Okay. Can I maybe I can very discreetly change into a henchman outfit and he won't realize I'm a spy. Yeah, they're getting good mileage of the Piranha artwork, as well as should. It's pretty good, right? Now it just makes me retroactively sad that we didn't get sick death artworks for the other deaths. Like you get the, like when you get arrested by the guards in the airport, like the animation of the guards like carrying you away, but it's not like they're just using the in-game sprites. There's no unique art for it. I can offer him a cigarette. I don't know if we can operate him, but I guess we can try to take the clothes. Yeah. Take the uniform. Whoops. Operate clothes. You search through his uniform and find nothing. Okay. Alright. Free fishing excursion. Context-free artwork. Alright. Well, let's see. I'm just trying to think. Is this where we need the rubber band? I don't know. We've been going for a while though, so I'm gonna take one more quick break. I'll go stretch a little bit, and if you've been sitting on your ass for the last several hours like I have, I suggest you maybe do the same. Probably do you some good. Anyway, let's pause the timer, and we will resume shortly. See you guys in just a little bit. All right. I returned. Let's see if we can figure this out. And move around a little bit here. We're trying to like not actually interact with something. Question is like, okay. So confused, like why? His eyes are all black, but when I'm facing sideways, there's like gray pixels on his face. Confusing. Oh. Trying to load my save game. Core game. All right, so I was thinking like maybe like, you know, he sees me in the mirror, right? Like that would explain it. I'm just trying to like figure out like what's the parameters here for discovery. Can I operate the soldier? Let's take a look what we got here. I guess shooting a rocket, even if I could do it, is not going to be quite discreet enough. I feel like maybe I can throw the razor at his head to knock him out or something. I don't know. I feel like we gotta like knock him out or do something, right? Like either we have to bypass this guy. We have to either sneak past him. You know, we have to either fool him into thinking we're one of them. We have to knock him out, or we have to like sneak past him entirely, and neither of which, like out of all of them, I guess like knocking him out seems like the most obvious sensible thing to do. Or like if, you know, I could grab the clothes, but when I tried to I guess use clothes on James is how you would actually get changed. I was going to say, when I tried to put them on, I just, you know, I rummaged through the pockets. But you can actually, you know, James is an actual hotspot, right? So you could use an item on him. And that would logically be how you would get changed. But the thing is, I can't do that. I can't actually grab the clothes before he spots me. It's like, can I crouch? Can I crawl on the floor so he maybe doesn't see me in the mirror? Can I climb this little railing up into the ceiling? Can I use my watch wire? So the grill is no longer a thing here, so I operate James and nothing happens. All right, can I? More action, less talk. What if I speak to this guy? More action and less talk. Okay, okay. Don't you dare try to use the speak verb. So like for a second I was like, all right, so maybe I can the curtain here isn't anything. Like, can I like sneak? Can I navigate the screen somehow to like sneak up on him? But even, you know, I tried to like whatever, timer. Whatever command would be for like knocking him out or something. Operate seems to be the thing, right? That didn't seem to do anything. Well, I guess if it didn't seem to do anything, if it didn't elicit any response, that could actually mean that it is how you do it, right? That's what we've learned. But can we use the electric razor on him? That won't do anything. We know that if we collect the boots, we get a lace that we can use for something. I mean, we can open the cigarette case. Oh, maybe the fingerprint comes into play here. Maybe it could be like something really obscure and stupid. Maybe he's allergic to something. We throw a red carnation at him and he's going into shock. And use it on James. Maybe the red carnation is still in the buttonhole of my tuxedo, but we still have it in our inventory somehow. The gold cigarette. Nope, rocket cigarette isn't gonna work. I'm curious to try to grab the clothes and putting them on James just to see if that works. Obviously, if he's already calling for guards and they're gonna show up, they're not gonna like, oh, we only see someone wearing our uniform. That couldn't be the spy. Like, you know, that's not gonna work. Is what logic would dictate, but you know, that's not necessarily always you know how things work out in this game. So it's worth a shot. But either way, like, we'll try that for research. But I'm feeling some sense of relief. That's the word. Comfort, maybe, in that even if we somehow are missing an elastic band, that this doesn't seem to be like, this is where we need it. Which means that I can hold on to some amount of hope that we're not like soft locked. Hopefully, if and when that happens, it's going to be clear enough that that's... Huh. 100%. I was going to say, because I tried to examine the napkin and it actually made him walk. Because if you try to examine something and there's like no message, he won't walk anywhere. You'll just get the it's nothing message immediately. You can like kind of get close-ish. Okay, so this time I'm able to operate on the soldier. Okay, you go over to the soldier and punch him in the nose. Is this reasonable? Yes, I think it is. Is he going to be like way stronger than us? Nope. Okay. He called for the guards, but... Oh, that's like... Once again, the level of bafflement only increases after we have successfully achieved something. I guess that worked. He's lying on the floor without moving. Those long hours of training have taken their toll on him. I'm gonna save here. And just in case the guards are gonna storm in here, I don't know how much of a 1 in a million shot that was of actually being able to get to him and knocking him out, so I'm not going to assume that I can recreate that. Alright, let's take the clothes. You take the uniform. Nothing interesting. Let's see if we can then use the clothes on James. If you have anything else like this, go ahead and finish it. Alright, okay. Can we like hide the body? So Operate Soldier elicited no response, but I wonder if that's because I need to get close to him or something, or it's because that's what triggers the fight scene and we've already done that, so now it triggers nothing. Yeah, I guess that's the case. I could if I wanted, but I don't. Okay, so I guess we're not meant to get changed, unless maybe now... Operate Clothes. You search through his uniform and find nothing. We dress him back up to lower the suspicion. I don't know. Okay, the mirror physics seem a little strange. Why is the facing direction like 90 degrees different? All right, okay, well, whatever. 100% cotton napkin. Can we take that? Okay, we can. Unusual for this game just to grab loose stuff, but I guess that means it's important for something. A glass was left in the lavatory. Okay. Maybe we need a... well, I don't think the fingerprint cigarette is going to like help us with fingerprint scanners or something, right? It's just... actually, let's consult the manual. It's not going to help us, I don't think, but... let's, you know... let's humor Q over here. Why is this thing so buggy? Why do I have to... oh, never mind. I was pressing the wrong button. There we go. Potting pen, watch cable. Yeah, there we go. Cigarette case, fingerprint revealing cigarettes. Yeah. The cigarette contains an ultra-sensitive microfilm, blah, blah, blah. You can photograph any fingerprint. All you have to do is place the microfilm in the spot where you found the fingerprint. Computerized database research unit can identify the owner of the fingerprint you have photographed. All right, so this could mean that we use this to bypass a fingerprint scanner. It's not at all what the manual says. But that doesn't mean that's not what it does. It seems unlikely that we would soft lock for like expending our fingerprint cigarette on something that will work, but is not going to actually give us what we need. So either it's going to, presumably, based on my experience with the game so far, it will either give us what we need or it will do nothing. So, all right, the glass. Oh, that's this little thing, I guess. Glass is empty. Okay. Well, so this screen all of a sudden gets these like little cut-in close-ups of the glass and the boots and the lace. Like that hasn't been a thing in the game so far. Well, actually, for the button, the hidden palm tree button to enter the secret base actually had it, I guess, but empty. All right, so let's try using, I guess, the blue cigarette. So is that like all right, well, we'll try the gold cigarette. Nothing's happening. Okay. All right, so that's probably not a thing, but then what the hell is this for? We don't have anything. Well, maybe we need to fill it with water to wet the napkin for some kind of reason. I don't think we get a different description. It's probably still, yeah. It's I didn't even realize it's not even 100% cotton. It's 100 cotton. Okay. All right. Whatever you say, game. Whatever you say. But I guess we'll just take it. Yeah. If we couldn't have taken it, that would have been really weird that it would like show a close up like that. The lavatory is very familiar. You can even find the faucet. Okay. Trash can. Nothing to say about it. Can we operate it? Okay. Pathfinding a little broken. He gets stuck on the scenery. Let's try it again. You find nothing. Okay. Am I meant to dispose of some evidence or something here again? See if I can use the glass. Can I fill the glass with water? Delicious pouring water sounds. Okay. We're walking around with a glass of water in our pocket. Full glass. It's full. Okay. It's a small size. Laces. Oh boy. Look at those knots. So they disappeared from the screen, but they're all way over here. Small size. Wait, what did it say? Oh, just gave me the laces. Okay, so can we take the boots? You take the boots. 1 moment, please. Oh, maybe. Ah, okay. I was gonna say maybe now I can get changed because I have the boots and the jumpsuit. I was walking. It's got this like fucking treasure master walk cycle all of a sudden. Not really sideways, but like walking up and down, or walking towards the camera primarily, I guess. About this fucking Vince McMahon swagger going on. Okay. So weird that they like teleport to these off-screen cut-in close-ups that I can still interact with. All right, you untie the laces and slide them into your pocket. Luckily, the boots stay on. Okay. And there's like, I feel like we've looted items in this room. Like, found stuff, picked it up, done stuff. We've done it more in this room than in like the rest of the game put together. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, did the mirror go out of order? No, it's still. Well, I mean, it's kind of out of order. It's not really working properly, but we're being reflected. Okay. Being able to open the trash can is, like, again, the game giving some amount of feedback or allowing us to do something is usually a sign that there's something needs to be done here. No need to take. Oh yeah, the bench. So unusual for there to be something I can interact with, and none of the verbs do nothing that I'm like immediately suspicious. But all right, I guess we can move on. The soldier cries out, "Help! A spy is among us!" Okay, so did he wake up? Or is this a result of me, like, fucking up? We're probably, like, maybe I need to use the laces to tie him up. Oh, yeah, I'm probably, okay. I should probably tie him up and then put the napkin in his mouth or something. So let's try something. I take the boots. Oh, the laces even disappeared from the sprite, or like something changed in the sprites there. The laces are still there. Oh yeah. As soon as you have both of them in your inventory, you get changed. All right, okay. So can I use laces on soldier? Yeah, that makes sense. You carefully tie up the soldier. That's a good animation, good use of it. There he is, wrapped up like a pig in the blanket. He won't bother you now. Good work. But he could probably still wake up and shout, right? So yeah, these are some very good. Like, they're not just long; they're pretty hefty shoelaces. Kind of makes sense that, like, you have all these items that you're actually using them in this room. All right, so let's try using the napkin. Ah, see, you bind his mouth with a napkin so he can't call out. Now he's as quiet as a mouse. Okay, so we can take the glass. And because we can do this, that means we probably should do this. Or rather, we probably must do it. And, well, we can operate the trash can. It didn't, like, unlock something, can't close it again. That's interesting. The pixels are like misaligned. The shading moves a pixel to the right when you open it. It's kind of funny looking. I don't think that was intentional. Let's not get stuck on scenery. So the guards aren't even here now. Kind of funny. All right. Cool. Nothing to say about it. I'm assuming this should have been automatic. It would have opened. Can we go out here? Yep, I guess so. Soldier, your clothes do not meet uniform standards. Your boots aren't tied. But wait, it seems I've already met you, soldier. Catch him! Okay, let's not go to that screen. Oh, right, okay. Let's just save once we've done everything we know to do here. I'm getting stuck in the corner, so like, oh, let's just take the... Nope. There we go. I'd have to walk over to where the boots were. Good sound. All right, so let's use the. Can we use the napkin on him first? Oh, dude, that's so cool. Like, I guess it's, you know, it makes sense for kind of a puzzle design point of view that if you thought to do one thing but not the other. Now the question is, I mean, if he was gonna regain consciousness to be able to shout, he would be conscious enough to remove this thing from his mouth. So it seems pretty obvious that this isn't gonna, like, we're not done here. But what I'm thinking is, like, I wonder if there's some kind of a red herring. Like, are we being tricked into expending our shoelace on tying this guy when we need it to you know, meet uniform standards? I don't know. But in the meantime, we're gonna tie him up. But it's still cool that they have, like, the unique graphics for him being still on the floor with the what do you call it? Cuffed mouth, whatever. What do you call that in English? Do you call it a mouth cuff? Is that a word? Did I make that up? Anyway, so let's save here. And just see if we're going to immediately game over as soon as we try anything. Yeah, I figured I'd be able to explore a little bit. Okay, some kind of storeroom. Fuse box, lamp, drawer. Okay, can interact with all of those, looks like. Freezer. Gun case, sacks of flour. Got a little bit of everything in here, don't they? Okay, can I operate the freezer? Nothing's happening. Okay. About the... Nope. I didn't mean to examine James. Operate the gun case. Nothing's happening. Haven't noticed anything special about anything. What about these drawers? Open it! Jeez, okay. If you insist. It opens. Oh, I guess it meant you have to open it in order to examine it. This jar is full of blank wooden stamps. Okay. Jar is empty. I don't think I can really look inside here, but the game doesn't really care about which other drawers are open, I suppose. Every single one going to be empty. Oops. Oh, it's full of laces. Placement shoelaces. All right. Use our laces on James. Good idea. You lace your boots. Excellent. Oh, so those... No, wait, hang on. I can't open these drawers, but I can access the higher ones, but he probably won't reach them. No result. Okay. Well, I guess we'll take the blank stamp. I always have a collection of laces ready. I mean, bit of string, rope. That's like, is there a more classic video game, like adventure game item than a piece of rope / string / laces? I feel like it's always going to come in handy some way, somewhere, somehow. What about this fuse box? And we can save over this. Want to operate the fuse box? Absolutely not! Jesus Christ, you don't have to yell at me. Maybe we need a crowbar or something to break open this box. Need be. Our shoes are laced at least, so I guess that means we can get by that corner. Exiting screens is so finicky. Like, is there something here? It sure looks like... Okay, I guess it went up. So this, I guess, leads back to the corner where these other guys are. fuse box really the right word for that? I'm not even near the door. Great. Oh, the door fucking slid open behind there. That's why it's the collision's all messed up. I don't know. Anyway, let's see what's inside here. Oh, some of these rooms are so cool looking. I love when they have these like irregular shapes. It's really cool. Clothes. In a pocket, you find instructions for your mission. Oh, little spider logo. Mission instruction. You read, mission order, priority max, agent 743. Mission. Buy all the fantastic games of Delphine Software. You are in total agreement. The fuck is that? Alright, let's take it. You know. You decide to leave it there. Alright, okay. Important mission instructions. Armchair. Fountain? Garbage dump? Can barely see. The water fountain! Half full. What? Half empty? No, half full. Well, the least you can say is that it fills up the water fountain. The writing in this game is bizarre. Alright, do we pour our glass of water into it? I don't know. Can we operate the fountain? Absolutely not. And what about the armchair? Nothing interesting. Yeah, I would think that there's something to be done in here except for picking up a card that tells us to buy Delphine Software games. Unless we need to give it to someone else or something, of course, you know, that could still be a meaningful item. Even though it seems... Oh, wait, bed? I guess this is a bed. Okay. Oh, I can examine it. There is a piece of clothing on the bed. Yes! I could tell. And, you know, it's not that it's egregious for the game to explain or describe that, but the game has not explained or described that kind of thing at any point so far in the game. Strange place to, or strange time rather, to start explaining things like that. That's okay. Let's see if somehow we can, like, okay, see? You discreetly empty the glass. Alright. Didn't change the amount of water. So can I refill it up? Okay. Maybe we need to pour water on something else to break... Oh, the fuse box, maybe. Seems to be like a mechanic that there's multiple places for us to fill our cup. We can try that. Won't do anything. Alright, so there was like a fuse box inside, but there was no, like... This door didn't seem like it would open. Doesn't say that it's locked or anything, but... Again, hotspots when leaving rooms are a bit strange. So this was the storeroom. Maybe we freeze the water? We put it in the fridge or the freezer? Like, we don't really have a, you know, a clear objective, so we might as well fuck around and see what kind of interactions we can achieve here. Broccoli donut with a hydration reminder. Could probably use it, thank you. Tango Bunny, what is up? Happy Saturday. At some point you assumed all James Bond games were all jank action-focused games. You'd be surprised. I would say this far in our exploration, this is game number 9 on the list, and we've also played one of the secret bonus games, so this is technically the 10th game we're playing. And I think almost none, well, it depends a little bit on how you count, but a vast majority of them have been kind of mixed genre games or more adventure focused. Granted, many of them have been kind of early 80s games. But there have been relatively few like full-on straight action games. There's been like at least pretty much no side scroller like jumping shooting. We're gonna get to some of that a little bit later. There's not a lot of that either. There's like the Amiga games have most of them have been kind of top down mix of mostly like vehicle stuff. Like Spy Who Loved Me was really cool. It had a few issues, but some pretty incredible pixel art and some pretty cool driving and shooting stages. Had like shooting gallery sort of reticle aiming stages and some top down driving. And there was License to Kill was the other one. That one was pretty cool. That was all like it has like the top down. It's like 5 or 6 stages that are mechanically pretty similar but a bit different. I mean, you can say that it's kind of a straight up action game, but it's not like running around shooting. It has like one stage like that. Like even the games that feature that element, or even like The Living Daylights that's kind of built around it, it's a little bit different. Because even that one has like, it's kind of a side scroller, but it's got like Cabal shooting in the background. Yeah, License to Kill is a very awkward game to play. It's not exactly great. Like you basically have to stop running. Basically, you put you have a reticle on screen to target enemies, but you push it all the way to the edge of the screen to start running. And if an enemy spawns mid-screen, you have to like slowly move the cursor back to them and shoot them, and then move it all the way back before you can start running. Like, it's not great. But the very first official game had a couple of different versions. The Parker Brothers game, we actually finished the SG-1000 version of it. We got varying degrees of far into it in the other various ports. You drive your kind of amphibious car. Been kind of cool. Like overall, like there's been very few like straight up stinkers. I wouldn't say that many games so far have been like really excellent. Games like License to Kill and Spy Who Loved Me, I think, gets the closest, because they have some very, very severe design and balance issues in some cases, making them kind of impossible. But with some slight tweaks or changes to a few things would function, like they would be pretty great. Like License to Kill, I finished completely legitimate, like learning the strats, and like it's an actual honest to God Amiga game I could finish. And that was quite enjoyable figuring that out. Spy Who Loved Me like would be awesome if not for you have to collect like the Q tokens to buy the gadgets. Like stage 2 is like kind of impossible, and the pacing of the underwater shoot 'em up stages is like pretty whack. But the graphics are awesome, and it's like a really cool game. But it's been a fun ride so far. Like we're gonna basically we have a few more computer games after this. There's the Spectrum light gun games. There is the Duel for the Mega Drive and the 8-bit version. There's the Slovak Octopussy adventure game for the Spectrum. And I think that's pretty much it. Well, there's the James Bond Jr. stuff also. There's one NES game and one Super Nintendo game. And then after that is GoldenEye, which kind of kicks off the FPS era. There's still some, there's 007 Racing, and some of the action games that came after that aren't purely shooting based, or first person shooters at least. But the vast majority of them after that kind of are. But it's going to be fun to even see that. Like, I know that there's some quite good games in that lot, and I'm sure some that are a little more forgotten. And I'm looking forward to seeing just different takes from different developers. I don't think it's ever going to be really get too stale. I think even doing the Batman project, playing every Batman game, the stalest it ever got was doing the Lego games. But even then, like, the first Lego Batman got pretty tedious. The second one, I was shocked at how much I enjoyed. And the third one was, like, kind of awful. I didn't like it at all. But Lego games, by nature, like, are just... It can be a bit of a slog. And And the Arkham games, as much as I like them in general, Arkham Knight is a game with a lot of problems, one of which is like it's very tedious and grindy. I think Bond is like an exciting prospect of doing all this because the Bond games basically end in 2012. And 2012 is like kind of on the cusp of big games becoming like tediously big. Because you can kind of see it with the Batman games. Like Arkham Asylum is what, a 10-12 hour game maybe, and then Arkham City is like 20 hours. Arkham Origins is somewhere around that too, but it's a better game, so I don't mind that. And then Arkham Knight was like 45 hours or something. Like the games just take longer and longer and longer, and I have a thing, I guess, about like playing the same game on stream like 6, 7, 8 streams in a row. Like it gets a little long in the tooth. And when I was in that phase of the Batman project, I was like dreaming back to the halcyon days of early Batman games where I could like I just run through 2 or 3 games in a single stream, and then I'm like stuck doing Arkham Knight for 3 weeks. But that's what I mean, like with Bond games, because there aren't any really Bond games in that time frame. We don't really have to worry about them being tediously huge and overly long. I mean, yeah, Lego games, if you want to actually collect shit, then it's like a complete nightmare. But the thing is, like, I just finished them once, and even then, like, it's like I can see them being fun. Like, if you're a kid, they're like colorful, they're like, you know, I feel like they're not fun at all to play with the objective of completing them, whether you just want to get to the end or like collect stuff. But if you have that game, and it like the game will offer you something to work towards for a long time, because you're kind of expected to play through it multiple times to get that stuff. But that, to me, kind of the way I engage with games, it like didn't feel like a positive, because it just like, yeah, it's like really stretching everything out for it to take longer. And it's not like, it very tangibly is made less fun in the process for me. Anyway, can we freeze our glass? It's like I did nothing. Okay. Well, there's at least one screen we haven't looked at yet, so let's go over there. Soldier, give me a glass of water. Okay, so that's what it's for. I have a glass of water. What? Okay, I still have my glass of water. I mean, okay, I have it on hand if I ran into him again, I guess. Okay, that was confusing. I don't know if that was some kind of a bug, but well, I can't go through here. Fingerprint ID. This gadget is a lock that works by thumbprint identification. Okay, so I need to use my... So the cigarette is to copy a fingerprint. Okay. I couldn't copy... Oh. Maybe I need to give the glass to him and then get it back and then scan it. So maybe that fucked us over, if that was in fact a glitch. Or it could just be that I need to get him out of the way and I just need to find something else to scan. I feel like it wouldn't be something I've been handling, but because I don't think I can use... Can I use... Oh yeah, okay, I can use the cigarette on something else in my inventory. Granted, I don't know if this is the correct cigarette, but it makes sense that I have one fingerprint cigarette, one rocket cigarette, and 2 regular cigarettes, as opposed to 1 regular and 2 fingerprint cigarettes. Or the bug to Delphine Software, yeah. I'll get Paul Cuisset on the phone. There's nothing else Yeah, the stamp. Maybe it's again like an accidental or intentional red herring where I have to. I'm not even supposed to use a cigarette. I'm supposed to use a stamp his thumb or something. And I can't like unravel the cigarette. Like that's a thing I can do. Is that going to do something? I don't know. Like, do I find like do I do something with the knocked out guy? Well, actually, let's see if we can elicit some kind of response from the game by trying to use cigarettes on this thing. Like if we get a different response depending on which cigarette we try, okay? So if I examine it, so it's like bigger on screen. I wonder if that makes difference. Delphine Software shut down in 2004. I'm surprised they were around for that long, to be honest. I would not have expected them to be around that long. Happening. Because I can't really think of anything that they put out past like the mid-90s. I mean that could just be my ignorance, of course, but like Fade to Black, I guess, would have been under that umbrella. And I guess that means that Flashback Legends, that was supposed to come out in like 2003 or whatever, would have probably been something they were working on. Like Delphine as an entity. But yeah, like the latest things I can think of that I know that Delphine made are like Shaq Fu and Fade to Black. But I'm no expert. I'm just trying to use different things here to see if it works. This should be the rocket cigarette. Yeah, no, okay. I just realized I didn't even try to operate it. Okay. I haven't saved in a while, but I think that's okay. Oh, was this room? Oh! Oh, this was locked before. Oh, maybe now I can give him his glass of water. Use full glass on officer. You hand the glass to the officer. Thanks, soldier. Ah. I didn't realize he would turn his back. So there's a stamp here. And I could probably trade my empty stamp for that. Okay. My name's Bond. James Bond. So this is, I think this is a standard, like, this is not him actually speaking to the guy. Yeah. If you just pick speak. Like, he just says that, which is pretty stupid, but. Nothing happened when I operated the drawer. Okay, let's see if I can, wait, he gave me the glass back, right? So let's see if I can maybe refill the glass and do that again. Otherwise, I'll just load a save. Okay, my walk speed just drastically decreased. Is this known as a soft lock kind of game or a civilized game? It's definitely not civilized. It's pretty peculiar, but it's... It hasn't been like too trolly about the softlock stuff, but it's definitely not like designed to be overly kind. Oh yeah, sure. I may have I don't recall. I may have actually disabled the Q command right now because we're currently in a state of the next bonus game being funded by a very significant margin. Scheduling for these streams have been a little off and on as I was kind of on a streaming hiatus for a bit. Yeah, so you'll see on here on the stream window, just below the gameplay, it just changes with the layout where you can toggle between. It'll toggle between showing that you can type Q !Q. You see the Q Branch Research Funding Initiative status, and the other command to see the spreadsheet. Basically, I can explain that. It's been a while. So this is how you can see there. We're like we set a goal, and it's like we've shattered the goal, but I don't want to like set up new goals and everything before we get to that game. What happened last time was we did the first bonus game, and then during that bonus game, I got like a massive sub bomb or whatever. So we immediately reached the goal for the second one. And like, I want to actually get through some of the regular games before we get to more of the bonus games. So we'll see how this excess funds will carry over, or how that's going to work out. So basically the Q branch, they're doing just fine for the moment. No need for excessive extra funding right now. The first bonus game we played was Shaken But Not Stirred, which was a pretty cool game. Unclear because details are not plentiful on exact release dates. For what may have been the first Bond game, yes, featuring Pause, the henchman of Dr. Death. So if you're curious about this game, I have completed this, and you can find the full playthrough on my VOD page here on Twitch or on YouTube. And you have I updated this relatively recently, so I'm not positive if there's a YouTube link to this in the spreadsheet. But if there isn't, you can click on any of the other YouTube links to get to my channel, and you can find the video for this game if you wanted to check it out. The next bonus game, which will be played after the Stealth Affair, is Aqua Base, another 1982 unlicensed Bond game. So it's going to be fun to see what this is all about. So there's more mystery games. Let's see, do I have a page for that? Yeah, there we go. We have multiple secret missions to be unlocked as we go through the history of Bond games. And if you want to see the full list of all the games, again, you can find them in the spreadsheet. I can link it for you right here. And there's also links to the YouTube video of when we first did the opening night, like when we started this whole thing last year. I went through every single game, the info pages, talking a little bit about them. So if you want more deets on what any of these games are, you can check that out as well. So as we make it through, we will sprinkle out these bonus missions in between the regular ones. So that's what the Q command is all about. Not quite relevant for now, but hopefully that explains everything. Let's get back to the game. So we do have the glass. I guess we probably... There was something going on with the stamp, so that makes sense that we should like exchange the stamp, but it's possible... Actually... I'm doing a lot of saves for basically the same location, but it's because I don't know if we can kind of, if we soft locked her in or not. Like even what we did just right here. Fingerprints, we'll call it. So let's use this. No, I have to right click, use cigarette on glass. Like you did nothing. What about this cigarette on glass? Okay, probably not. Okay, then use the glass on the sink. And it doesn't work. Okay, we can't do it. Okay. Let me just see if... So he only needed the one glass of water, and I missed my opportunity. That's fine. It's a good thing I didn't overwrite my other save. We'll get back to it. But let me just check. Is there anything like this I can do? If this seems confusing, if you're just joining us, we got a cigarette case that contains a couple of cigarettes. One of them ostensibly being a fingerprint scanner kind of gadget. And there's a fingerprint lock. So presumably there's going to be some way to get a fingerprint off of something. And I don't know for a fact that I cannot or should not get it from the glass. If I am supposed to, I just have not figured out how. But for now, let's load this save game back up. I think we got the blank. Yeah, so I should have my shoes should be all laced up. I have the full glass. I don't really need to bother with the mission card instruction thing. I just kind of want to see if this works. Give me a glass of water. So strange. We'll save in here. Use full glass. Officer. Okay, so just taking it. So using my... this game's fucking... The interactions just never work out the way you intuitively think they should. So using my stamp with the one on there. Nope, nothing happens. Does not compute. No effect. It's as if you did nothing. Absolutely not. Don't waste my time. But if I just take it, I automatically swap them. You replace the wooden stamp that you just took with a blank one. What? The officer gives you a funny look. You're making fun of me, soldier. I consider that a failure to communicate. And Spider doesn't reward failures. What on earth? I hope it was worth dying for. Congratulations on this new failure. What? You failed. Water is life. If this was somehow because I took the stamp, this sure was a way of communicating it. Like, did I somehow speak, like, you know, the speak command to introduce myself as James Bond, which does nothing and is not an actual interaction with the character, just a canned response for using that verb? Is that what somehow averted this from happening the last time? Did I give him the water from the tap this time? I guess I did, yeah. So, I mean, that makes no sense that would... Well, let's not... I was about to say that it makes no sense that would make a difference. It could. Why not? But if that was the difference, what the game is communicating here seems highly irrelevant. But that's a good observation that as far as, like, eliminating... you know, as far as like figuring out what happened here, yeah, no, like if the tap water is terrible, yes, of course he could get mad at the shitty water I'm giving him, but he didn't say I gave him shitty water. He said I gave him a funny look. But it's a good point because we can try that and see if it makes a difference. So let's not let's speak. My name's Bond, James Bond. I'm an excellent communicator. And then if we let's just try taking the stamp. All right, okay. So let's just do what we did before and give him the full glass. Okay, see? You're making fun of me. So maybe what he means is I gave him shitty water. And that is somehow making fun of him. But at least taking the stamp had nothing to do with it. So I'm glad you pointed that out, because I would not have maybe kept that top of mind, and it would have probably took me a while to think of trying that or like trying to even consider that would make a difference. But either way, I would have tried doing it this way just to see if taking the stamp is what did it. Like, honestly, I'm just glad that we happened to do it with the fountain the first time, so we can see the difference, you know. But let's go get some fountain water. Well, the water is life. Was that the character saying that? I thought it was the game. I thought it was the pithy narrator making a strange, incomprehensible French joke. I basically took that to mean I should have poisoned him or something. Never seen it before. Well, that's cool. I'm I'm happy I can somehow show off new stuff. Well, we might as well grab the mission card. Oh, is this like a water cooler thing? Maybe that's what that is. Like, I had no idea what I'm even looking at here. Kind of looks weird to have a big old water tank and then what looks like a sink underneath it, but I don't know. I feel like there's probably some kind of machinery or some like attachment for all this. It's sort of like off screen from the perspective. We're seeing kind of the back of this wall. But I guess it does make sense that you would have some kind of receptacle. It's not crazy to have some kind of actual plumbing. Yeah, again, the feedback that we got from the whole tap water situation was very not clear. Man, when we finished last stream, I had no idea how much was left of the game, and I have a feeling that, like, not that we were heading towards the end of the game, but that we'd like gotten pretty far into it. But now it's like, well, we're obviously getting closer to the stealth plane and everything. I don't doubt that there's a bunch of tricky shit still left, but I wonder if because we're gonna have to wrap up pretty shortly, actually. How much or how little of the game might be left, and that's not me asking chat to tell me. I'm just like piecing together. But I'm sure, you know, even if there's 15 minutes of gameplay left, I'd stretch it to 90 minutes, regardless. So it'll be fine. Just an observation. All right, so let's try again to actually let's give ourselves a little more time here. Use full glass on officer and be ready to take the stamp. And the glass to the officer. Thanks, soldier. You can leave. Yeah, he doesn't say like, "Ah, refreshing, delicious spring water." So what about the stamp? Nothing to say about it. What even is, like... Can I... Maybe I need to empty a cigarette. So I can stamp on the cigarette paper and then I scan that or something? No idea. Well, let's try using the stamp. It's like you did nothing. I mean, the stamp's not a fingerprint. I realize that, but it's hard to even get a sense of how this works. All right, operating stamp, no result. Okay, so I don't know what cigarette is which, but at least the gold ones we have 2 of, and when I did just save, so operate this cigarette. I empty the tobacco from the cigarette. Only a cigarette paper remains. And if I now try to use the stamp on the cigarette paper, it's like I did nothing. Okay. What if I use the cigarette paper? Oh. I figure I had while I was at it on the stamp. Oh. And I use the stamp on the mission instruction. I've not so far in the game used an inventory item on another inventory item, but the mechanic exists, so presumably you should do it at some point. Okay, I saved, so let's take a look. That's the blue. Okay, so if I operate, or if I use the blue cigarette on the stamp, nope. Stamp on the blue cigarette, nope. Use normally you would have like ink or something for the stamp, right? But I don't know. It doesn't tell me anything of the kind. So what if we operate the blue cigarette then, which I assume is the actual gadget cigarette. Okay, now we have 2 cigarette papers. This leaf was once a cigarette. This leaf was once... Okay, so I don't know which one is which. Presumably the one that's lower in the list is the second one I got. I don't know that. Nope. No. Doesn't seem to work. An elastic band doesn't seem obviously useful here either, if we are missing one, in fact. There's no other... Yeah, okay, I was gonna say there's no other locked door. There is one on the bottom right. Let's see if I could offer him... Can I offer the officer a cigarette? Again, we should not assume that any of the gadgets work even remotely the way they're described in the manual. Yeah, the mystery elastic band, man. So it doesn't matter if... Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, like, from his point of view, if he would be interested in any cigarette, any of them should probably work. Now the stamp is missing altogether from his desk, by the way. I mean, the pen has acid in it, but it probably has ink in it also, right? Gonna kill me for just standing around. You speak with him, no answer. Okay. All right, all right. And the drawer, nothing happens. Last, that won't do anything. Right, so I guess the disc, I suppose, because the disc has like the virus that's gonna take out the stealth, like, camouflage systems. But that's not gonna be on board, right? Maybe that's, I need to find a computer room here to insert the disc, and maybe that's what the locked door is. Definitely a little perplexed here as there's like the fuse boxes in the freezer and the gun box. Frustrating to know that the game clearly expects me to do something with fingerprints. I have maybe some kind of fingerprint scanning item. Although I probably ruined it now by dismantling the cigarette. But either way, because the game doesn't give me any feedback, like the game doesn't tell me there's no fingerprints to scan on that. Like, I don't know that my attempts to use these items somehow are like in any way like how I'm actually meant to do that thing. Like conceptually, I know that I need to get a fingerprint somehow, and I know that I have an item that will do it, but I don't know exactly which item, and I don't know how to do it. But I do know that this game is very peculiar and particular about those things, like how you actually do something in specific. So trial and error gets kind of difficult when I can't really know how something works. Yeah, it's not good design. Well, I'm gonna load because oh man, I don't know. Like the fact that you can just unravel the cigarette and you keep the paper, the game wouldn't let you do that if there was no purpose to it. I don't doubt for a second that the game is going to let you screw yourself over by, let's say you need a cigarette paper for something, then you're probably meant to get the paper from the regular cigarette because they probably, well, assuming any of these are regular cigarettes, the only one that I know for a fact is a gadget cigarette is the one that explodes when I try to disassemble it. But that would also suggest that we have in our midst a fingerprint revealing, scanning, copying, whatever it does, identifying gadget cigarette. So I wouldn't put it past the game to allow us to, you know, break essentially every cigarette, including the one we must not open up. You know, the game lets you kind of screw yourself over in that way. It's consistent with how the game works. But because I don't know which cigarette is which, and because I don't know how it's used, it's really hard to feel confident that you have actually deduced anything. Like, it's process of elimination is, you know, something you tend to rely on in these kinds of games with some regularity. In a kind of a well-designed game in this genre, you try a few options and you can, with some degree of confidence, determine whether that option was fruitful or not. But here, it's like I don't get any feedback on whether or not I'm on the right track. But because it's been so inconsistent and so consistently confusing in what verb it expects you to use and how exactly you're expected to do something, every time you try something, nothing happens, you get terrible feedback. The natural conclusion is never, well, I guess my idea wasn't right. The natural conclusion is, well, that didn't tell me anything, but it could be exactly what I'm supposed to do. I'm just like not wording it properly. Because that has happened several times. Frequently, I might say. So it's very, like, I feel like that's part of why it feels so kind of confusing and unsatisfying when you do solve a puzzle, quote unquote, when you successfully hit a progression trigger, because it doesn't feel necessarily like the result of a process of elimination or deduction. Sometimes it is, and I mean, it happens. Like the stuff we did in the bathroom, tying the guy up and using the towel, the napkin. You know, that worked. That was satisfying. It was also reasonably straightforward. But that's not really how most of the game has been. Yeah, get ye flask. A very heavy door, next to which you notice a machine capable of identifying fingerprints and thereby opening the door. This is a very rare instance of actual descriptive text It doesn't really tell me something I didn't already know, but it's a W, you know. It's a description. It is actually telling me, I mean, it's not giving me vital information that I didn't have, but sort of tells me something. Thumbprint identification! All these excessive French exclamation marks. Try to use whatever items we have here. I mean, obviously we have the whole fingerprint gadget thing that seems pretty obvious that it's meant to have some kind of use here. Even though the manual tells us that it sends some fucking email to the fingerprint database to let us know whose fingerprints we've just scanned. It doesn't really say anything about copying fingerprints. So, you know. Did I ever try operating the case? Oh, I guess I did. Nothing happened. Okay. Nothing's happening. Just for the sake of being thorough here, I don't do these not in the order I intended, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to operate all non-explosive cigarettes. And in order, I'm going to try the cigarette paper here, then the cigarette paper, and then the cigarette paper. Okay. I'm going to combine cigarette papers with each other. Nope. Do anything. I can't even get a description of the stamp, right? Nothing interesting, it says. Can I operate the stamp? No result. Like, he's like an officer that's got a stamp on his desk. You would think that that means like he uses that probably to like stamp important papers or something. So I guess we would need it to like get what's the word? Shit. Approval, I guess is the word I'm looking for something or other. Like maybe there's some kind of request to access the fighter plane. Yeah, authorization, exactly. So maybe that's a thing. Like it's just part, like the puzzle of getting it is in this section, but the part where we actually need it might come a little bit later. Not every single item that we can procure in this section of rooms, we shouldn't assume that every item needs to be used here. Fuse box. Can I use the stamp on James? Nope. Cigarette paper. You don't like you don't often use items on James. It happens, but I just realized, I was about to say, like, yeah, even putting on the uniform, we didn't even use, like, maybe the only time in the game is we used the red carnation on James to put it in our buttonhole. But beyond that, hasn't been a thing. Use door on door, sure. Walking through doorways is so strange. Jesus Christ. Okay, there's an ink pad here. Okay. Did not notice that before. So we should probably not have... Let me restore right away because... we probably didn't want to unravel every single one of our cigarettes. So let's use the stamp on ink pad. You ink the stamp. Inked stamp. Nothing to say about it. Okay. I don't think we're supposed to stamp the fingerprint scanner, but maybe. It's like you did nothing. All right. So it very well could be. I mean, why don't we try it? Let's stamp the forehead. Yeah, I guess. We can use our ink stamp on James. Nope. Oh, we can operate one of our 2 gold cigarettes. Try to see if using our inked stamp on the cigarette paper is a thing. But it's like we did nothing. And now, like, have I wasted a cigarette? I don't know. Can I use the stamp on the mission instruction? You stamp the mission order. Okay. But now I want to restore because I've expended the cigarette. Alright, yeah. I mean, we don't know what we're doing, but getting a response from the game and allowing us to do something that we tried to do is generally progress. Ink the stamp. We actually use items on other items for the first time successfully. Right, examine authorized mission. Nothing interesting. So maybe now we have an authorized mission. I mean, we can give it to him. Maybe that does something. Oh, maybe he will give us access to something, or well, I mean, we can try that. So I was gonna say, maybe it'll let us go into this door or something. I don't know how that would work, like, functionally. I also don't know, like, it's got his stamp on it, so I don't know that we need to give it to him. But, you know, this game. Why don't we try it? That won't do anything. Do we scan it? Oh yeah, nothing to say about it. It's not a fingerprint. Nope. That's also probably for use later. I don't know. What do you use in author? Like, the thing is too, like, we have now authorized. Maybe we can fax it from over here or something. That looks like what we're doing here, right? Did I miss another hotspot? Control board. I didn't see this before, but I guess I just try to. No, I did not. I thought this was the garbage dump. I did not see the control board. Okay. Anyway, like, we've authorized the mission to buy all the Delphine software games. Can I use the disk control board? No. I got so excited that I found a new thing. Wait, lamp? Why are there so many hotspots here? I mean, that's like normal for these games, but it's not normal for this game. This game is a genetic freak, and it's not normal. Try to operate this. 141 and 2/3. That's a pretty strong emote. I like it. No need to take a dark garbage dump. Okay. An inflatable life raft in the garbage dump. It's not delivered with ores. I mean, I guess we'll still take it. Why not? If you think you'll go to the beach this afternoon. This game, it's like exhausting. Even when you're making progress, there's never the sense of relief. Always thrust into something new. Booms like a clown car. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like some kind of paper dispenser, right? Is it like a, you know, printer or a fax or something. That's kind of what I was thinking of. Like, do we send the mission? Do we send the instructions to buy all the Delphian Software games via telex? Let's forget about it. Ugh. Well, I'm less convinced that we're like 2 screens away from beating the game right now, because there's all of a sudden all these weird things going on. I guess I'm gonna save over this. We have our lifeboat. We have an authorized mission. Actually, can we fill the glass again? Oh, we can't. You cannot even fill it up again. Well, this has been yet another afternoon of bewilderment and confusion, but also a sense of achievement. I was thinking we might have time to do some other stuff today. I honestly didn't expect that there would be this much left of the game. But that's cool. I've been enjoying it. We'll see if we will try to wrap this up on Monday. I think we probably will. Because I was thinking of, if we had time today, we'd maybe mess around a little bit with the Diablo beta, or maybe play some RE4. But I might just mess with that off stream over the rest of the weekend. We'll see. But I'm kind of eager to wrap this up. Even before we got back into this game recently on stream, like, there hasn't been a lot of just playing through games properly. I'm just kind of doing just chatting stream and hopping from one thing to the next. So we'll see if we wrap this up on Monday. Let me stop the timer for now. In any case, we will wrap the stream up there. And we will continue streaming, continue video games of some variety. Probably we'll just keep playing this game on Monday's stream. I think they made the 007 version easier. A few things I noticed now that seem different from the Operation Stealth version. That's interesting. The game doesn't exactly scream easy or made easier. Maybe I don't even know. Like, I was going to say something about the stuff being confusing, but I don't know how that would be very different. Oh, okay, yeah, the mazes, yeah, that's true. Like, because obviously the mazes, you could literally cut them out entirely, and the game wouldn't, like, you wouldn't notice their absence. So that's definitely something you could cut out. Like, puzzles and stuff are a little more tricky, right? No, I don't doubt, like, they could very easily have changed something like that. Well, I'm glad we played this version then, because I thought they were horrible as they were. We would not have needed more of them. Anyway, we're gonna wrap it up there. Stream will be back on Monday. There's another thing. Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing more. Like, once I finish the game, I hope you'll be around to give your thoughts, or even if you're not around when we finish it, any future streams. Once we have this in the rearview mirror, I'm happy to look into and discuss differences between versions, or things I may have missed, or anything of that nature. In any case, stream will end here, but for those of you who are interested, we are doing movie night on Discord tonight. We're going to be watching the Injustice animated film that came out in 2021, I believe. We're going to be starting that at 9 p.m. Central European Time. That's in just a little less than 2 hours. That sounds like something you might want to join in on. Feel free to check out my Discord server right there. We got the link in chat. Otherwise, as I said, I'll be back on a regularly scheduled stream time Monday evening. And until then, take care, everybody. Have a delightful rest of your weekend. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks again to Fractal Mind Mike for the big raid. Looks like some of you guys have stuck around, and I greatly appreciate that. New followers and new viewers and everybody, thank you for stopping by, and I hope to see you guys again. Regular viewers, I hope to see you guys again too. Let me see who's streaming, and we'll find a raid target before we head out. What is going on? Who can we host? Well, raid, I guess. Hosting isn't a thing. But, let's see. It's music. Hanage is doing speedruns of Super Famicom Final Fight. That seems pretty good. Why don't we raid Hanage Benemondo? Speedruns of Super Nintendo Final Fight, huh? Anyway, have a good evening. See you guys around. Thanks for watching, and goodbye.